My life changed right there. I'll never be the same.
I don't want to put them in a situation where we have to be running for our lives.
Residents on edge as thousands are set to gather for the 4th of July festivities today. The promise from acting police commissioner and why some are still skeptical of attending.
And we're tracking, well, fewer storms for today and some fog as well. We'll break it all down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Tuesday morning to you. Happy July 4th to you on this Independence Day. Let's go ahead and start with your weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast here on this 4th.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. We definitely saw some of those strong storms, which is why we were weather alert yesterday. And a lot of those storms rolled in the nighttime with the heavy rain, the thunderstorms, the lightning that we saw, flash flood warnings as well. None of those are in effect anymore in terms of any watches or warnings. But our temperatures are still kind of mild, lower 70s for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City, 71 in Laurel, 72 in North Beach. So a mild and foggy morning. Got to definitely watch for that fog that's out there. Fewer storms today, and then a hot and humid week will continue. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours in the lower 70s. Still a little wet from the rain that we saw yesterday. We'll talk about what we can expect later today, and of course for the big fireworks celebration tonight, how that weather is going to shape up.
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Very clear this morning. We'll keep you updated.
We're just like on adrenaline right now. Because we hardly eat, we cry a lot. It's like a bad dream. We're not doing good.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing manhunt for the suspects from this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore. 2 people killed, 28 others injured. Now, we were first on the scene early Sunday morning. 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez, 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi were the 2 victims killed in this shooting. According to Police Commissioner Richard Worley, ballistic evidence indicates that there were multiple firearms used in the incident. Police are now trying to identify individuals they want to speak with. That includes this young person you see here on this social media video. He's taking a gun out of his backpack in the video, and police say that anyone with a weapon at the party is now a suspect until proven otherwise. As of now, there is no motive for the shooting, and it's not clear if the victims were targeted. Now, the grandmother of one of those victims speaking to Fox 45 News, just angered by what happened.
If they had police presence, even 2 cars, even 2 police cars, if they were there, I'm almost certain this wouldn't happen. Whoever in charge of the police force dropped the ball and they're making excuses, and I'm not buying it. It's like a bad dream. We're not doing good. Because you'll never be the same. A piece of us gone. A very precious part of us is missing.
In the meantime, the reward for information that leads to an arrest has increased to $28,000. It was $8,000 yesterday.
We won't stop until we find those responsible and hold them accountable. We won't. With that said, we need the help of our residents and anyone that knows anything to come forward and say something.
Right now, our detectives are still working through interviewing every one of the victims. We will continue to pursue any leads, so that's why we need the help from the community, because we have only touched some of the video that's out there.
Now, Baltimore police say they didn't know the Brooklyn block party was happening, despite Safe Streets workers being there earlier in the day. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley says they did not find out about the event until the day of and did not have time to put a plan in place. Interim Monty Director Stephanie Marvonis said earlier in the day that Safe Street staff members were in attendance and de-escalated 3 to 4 conflicts at this party. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed leaders on where the miscommunication happened.
Is it part of the Safe Streets protocol to relay that information to BPD if there is a potential threat that's possible at a large gathering like this?
I don't know that Safe Streets would relay that. I would say there is some level of communication about any incidents that are outside of their purview.
If BPD didn't know about this, but Safe Streets did, Is that a breakdown in communication within the mayor's office and city government?
Again, Mackenzie, I'll just say this. We know that folks want to make narratives about this situation. The reality is that this is an action of a few who decided to shoot people. Safe Streets was not there, as you heard, when it happened.
The commissioner says BPD is looking into the union's claims that 7 officers were on duty in this district over the weekend. Now, Acting Commissioner Worley says staffing wasn't the issue, adding he could have created a staff plan to put more officers there. But again, a review is underway to figure out what exactly went wrong. The city council is going to hold a hearing on this next week. That mass shooting has some Baltimore residents on edge as 4th of July gatherings are set to take place across the city today. Acting Commissioner Worley is promising the police force will keep festivities safe.
You will see multiple officers deployed through several zones around the harbor, as well as officers in the districts working to patrol and keep all those communities safe and anything that may pop up on the 4th of July.
Mass shooting that involved 14 minors. Residents we spoke with still skeptical.
I think the violence from that definitely going to have people skeptical with coming out, especially with it being underage kids.
Whether it was this side of town, north, south, east, west, it doesn't matter to me. 4th of July has got to be one of the most annoying holidays.
FOX45 will continue to follow those developments surrounding the mass shooting at the Brooklyn Homes neighborhood. And what happens at the city's 4th of July celebrations today? Again, we'll keep you updated here on air and online. Still ahead on the early edition, the back and forth over the origins of the COVID-19 virus. The hearing happening next week and how it plays with a new report released by the Biden administration. Plus, a hot and humid summer afternoon with possible thunderstorms. Our weather authority team is breaking down your full 4th of July forecast here. Stick with us here at Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy 4th. We're about 20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock. Still a bit foggy out there. Definitely saw a lot of rain that rolled through with the more evening and late night thunderstorms that you probably heard overnight. We're going to see these temperatures stay in the 70s through the morning time. Hopefully your yards and gardens got some good rain from Mother Nature. On our way to 80s and even lower 90s as we head toward the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about what we can expect for the fireworks later tonight. Coming up.
All right, look at today's headlines. Baltimore City has a full day of celebrations for the 4th of July today, and it gets started at 10:30 this morning. The city's 4th of July parade is going to start on William Street and end near Osteen Street in South Baltimore. And then at 3 o'clock, the city's throwing a 4th of July party at West Shore along the Inner Harbor. They're going to have food, music, games, all followed by those fireworks and a performance from the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra after dark.
Well, this is Henry, and I'm here with Madison, and this is part of her therapy. I'm Liz Bonus. He's getting a little excited. We're going to explain just how it works and how it's making a difference for Madison. That's just ahead.
Plus, tension between Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Why a video shared by DeSantis' campaign is now under fire. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Scott Boom, and this morning on the National Desk, tracking holiday travel on Independence Day as America depends on open roads and air traffic. We're watching both for you this morning. It's on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Health Watch read this morning, a unique kind of animal therapy can help kids and even older adults improve the ability to think, speak, and move. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains just who might benefit from therapeutic riding.
Hey there, hello to you. For those with some challenges, such as Madison, who you see here, who's 4 years old, therapeutic riding can be life-changing.
She wasn't really reaching her milestones, and her legs were kind of bent in a way, and she wasn't walking.
There's a little bit of irony to Madison's mom, Marlene Thies, that shortly after Madison was diagnosed with a condition which impacts movement and muscle tone called cerebral palsy, she ended up in Kentucky's Milestones Equestrian Achievement Program.
We serve those that are 3 through 49 with any kind of diagnosis or disability, and we also serve those that are 50 plus in our Silver Saddles program.
Rachel Breeden is the assistant director here. She showed me how this kind of therapy with Henry, the horse, helps Madison's leg muscles, balance, and core strength.
And then she can learn how to use her legs more efficiently and keep that strength instead of losing it through her diagnosis.
In all, they have 16 horses here that are involved in this therapy program to help those such as Madison. And as you can see, they're specially trained to be able to do that. The horses are cared for mainly by volunteers who say,
"It's just electric what happens in here. You can cut the energy with a pair of scissors, and you take it home in your heart."
She's not kidding. Look at this. Along with her brother Robbie and her sister Ava,
She actually learned how to walk a couple weeks after she started lessons with Henry. So Henry is our miracle.
The populations we serve are very underserved. They don't have activities that really help enrich their lives, and so that's our main mission here, is to give challenges and also support to those that have diagnosis disabilities and also seniors.
now these programs can range in cost. This one's about $50 a week, runs for 10 weeks. Many do have partial scholarship programs, however. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right. Looking ahead this morning, the dates for this year's International Edgar Allan Poe Festival, they've just been announced. Now, the festival promises 2 days of music, art, all surrounding the former Baltimore resident and poet Edgar Allan Poe. This year's event will be commemorating the 174th anniversary of his death, while also celebrating his life and legacy here in Baltimore and internationally. It's set to happen October 7th and 8th at the Edgar Allan Poe House and Museum. Well, for today's event, let's take a look first here live across Maryland as folks are starting to wake up and celebrate their 4th of July weekend. Well, maybe a few hours from now, okay? We saw storms roll in through parts of the state yesterday, all looking clear this morning. Let's see if that'll remain the case. Let's get with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at how hot today is going to play out.
Yeah, and also look at this
oh my
cool
gosh.
shot. Yeah, this is the super moon, Taylor, and it is the super buck moon as well. So officially it was full yesterday, but it's still pretty bright out there. We weren't able to see it really yesterday morning because a lot of those clouds were around. But yeah, you can kind of see it as we're zoomed in from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. And it looks big because it appears bigger in the sky because we're actually closer to it. And when you have that with the full moon, that is typically what we call perigee. So that's what we're seeing right now when you step outside. Here's a look at your temperatures. 73 your temp in Baltimore City right now. Southwest wind only about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Still hanging on to dew points in the lower 70s, so definitely still a bit muggy out there, but it is a cool mugginess with numbers in the lower 70s. Not bad with the windows open on your drive to work or if drive to whatever you're doing today, because it is, of course, a holiday. Sun comes up at 5:46 this morning. Taking a look at our high temps today, typically upper 80s is where we are going to end up, and that's where we'll see those numbers end up for a lot of us. Some of us sneaking into the lower 90s, but 85 the Hereford zone, 86 in Reisterstown, 89 in Towson, lower 90s for Baltimore down through Dundalk. Big Heritage Fair and the Dundalk Parade is going on a couple hours from right now. Upper 80s for you for Howard and Arundel counties. That's what we're going to see for your high temperatures for today as well. And Eastern Shore, you're getting in on some of those mid to upper 80s for your holiday. Chestertown down through Rock Hall and Chester, 88 in Easton, 89 in Trap 4 this afternoon. Now, taking a look at our temperature tracker, we are going to stay in the above average category for the rest of this week. And even if it doesn't feel like the lower 90s, or even if you don't see the 90s as being hot, it's going to feel that way because of the humidity that will be with us. As we head toward the weekend, those numbers do start to trend down into the mid to upper 80s, and that's going to be our next chance for bringing in some more widespread showers and storms. Definitely an active afternoon and evening yesterday. That cold front moving through the area. Back behind that, this is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Still could get a pop-up shower or thunderstorm as we still have a lot of moisture left over from what we saw yesterday. But by tonight, about 8, 9 o'clock, it does look to clear out. So most of the models are keeping us dry just in time for the fireworks. And then as we head toward Wednesday afternoon, more of the same. Maybe a stray pop-up thunderstorm. We call them diurnally driven. So you get the daytime heating, and that's when we typically see some of those pop-up showers and storms. Same thing for us on Thursday. But again, a better chance of some more storms as another frontal boundary comes in for this upcoming weekend. That's going to pick up the shower activity late Friday into Saturday, so that's going to be our next chance to see some of that more widespread wet weather. Here's that 7-day forecast. Lower 90s today, keeping those 90s going all the way through the rest of this week. As I mentioned, a little bit cooler for the weekend. Friday, Saturday, that's when we get a little bit more action in terms of some showers and thunderstorms developing, and then a little bit drier as we head toward the beginning of next week. Taylor?
All right, looking good. Okay, Len Stoller Traffic Network, as you can imagine, not a lot of cars there on the road. We'll keep you guys updated throughout the morning.
More than 3 years in and still no definitive answers on the origins of COVID-19. I'm Christine Frizzell on Capitol Hill, where Republicans say not nearly enough intelligence is being shared on the matter.
Plus, a grandmother is speaking out after her granddaughter fell victim to Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. Why she says the incident could have been avoided altogether. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Traveling this morning during the 2022 midterm election campaign, Republicans vowed to launch their own investigation into the origins of COVID-19. Well, next week, they're going to hold a hearing on the matter. And this comes on the heels of a new report just released by the Biden administration. National correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us more on what to expect.
March 2021 marked a year since much of the world had shut down from COVID-19, when the former head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said this to CNN.
I still think the most likely etiology of this pathogen in Wuhan was from a laboratory. escaped. Other people don't believe that. That's fine. Science will eventually figure it out.
But science still hasn't, in large part because China has not allowed researchers to obtain data and access they need. Meanwhile, the lab leak theory became political, but today remains one of just 2 theories on the origins of COVID-19, as laid out in a recent report released by the Biden administration, assessing that both a natural and laboratory-associated origin remain plausible hypotheses to explain the first human infection.
It really doesn't make any attempt to show what the intelligence groups used, what data they reviewed, what experts they brought in.
Republicans vowing to find out more, including in an upcoming hearing on the topic.
We want the intelligence released, not their opinion about the intelligence.
They'll also dig deep on a set of emails from a top NIH official, Dr. David Morans, who they say used a private email as part of a cover-up. Quote, "As you know, I try to always communicate on Gmail because my NIH email is FOIA'd constantly," who also suggests his boss, Tony, Dr. Anthony Fauci, doesn't want his fingerprints on COVID origin stories. Democrats accusing Republicans of pushing theories as facts to the detriment of our country's public health system.
The U.S. still lacks 2 things in the public health arsenal: people and trust. These continued smears on public health officials is destroying them.
So at this point, there is still no smoking gun. More than 3 years into the pandemic, and the facts about how it started remain in dispute. On Capitol Hill, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Oh, making headlines this morning. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is the latest high-profile official to take aim at Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over a video shared by his campaign. Now, the video attacks former President Trump for defending LGBTQ citizens and then portrays DeSantis as more masculine because of his anti-LGBTQ policies. Buttigieg, the first openly gay cabinet member to be confirmed by the Senate, accuses DeSantis of trying to prove his manhood by putting his face next to photos of shirtless bodybuilders.
I just don't understand the mentality of somebody who gets up in the morning thinking that he's going to prove his worth by competing over who can make life hardest for a hard-hit community that is already so vulnerable in America.
DeSantis' campaign hasn't responded to the criticism video, which also comes from another 2024 GOP presidential candidate and LGBTQ conservative groups. A new poll finds the majority of Americans approve of the Supreme Court's decision to restrict affirmative action. A new ABC poll finds 52% of Americans approve of the ruling, while 32% disapprove. 16% aren't sure, they say. 3/4 of Republicans support the ruling, along with 58% of independents. Roughly 1/4 of Democrats agree with the decision. Turning now to the war in Ukraine. As it ticks on there have been plenty of peace proposals from outside nations, but none appear to be going anywhere. China, Brazil, the Vatican have all offered to help broker a deal. Ukraine remains adamant there's no need to consider any deal that doesn't start with Russia pulling out troops. President Volodymyr Zelensky sat down exclusively with CNN. He says there's no victory scenario without Crimea.
We cannot imagine Ukraine without Crimea. And while Crimea is under the Russian occupation, it means only one thing: war is not over yet.
Now, Zelensky offered a 10-point plan last year. It involves restoring Ukraine's territorial integrity and getting Russia to recognize those borders. Now, Putin has shown no signs he's willing to abandon his goal of taking over the country.
Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found in the wake of Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, a professor weighs in on the message his absence is sending to Baltimore.
An overnight shooting spree spans several blocks in southwestern Philadelphia. Just ahead, what we're learning about the gunman and the victims, including one who is just 2 years old.
And our temperature's not too bad after the stormy night that we had. We're taking a look at a more drier afternoon. We'll talk about that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Drier afternoon is good. Taking a live look from Ocean City this morning on this Independence Day, and they will have 2 different sets of fireworks down there at 9:30 tonight. Thank you for joining us. Happy 4th. It's Tuesday, July 4th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. I'm actually on the beach right now, mentally,
Yes.
but we're here today. But, you know, just...
It's a little early right now, but it's
Yeah.
full moon out there. It's bright on the beach.
Gorgeous. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taught me a word earlier called
the buck moon?
The buck moon.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the buck moon is here. The super moon as well is out there. So appears larger in the
People
sky.
get buck naked on buck moon night?
Sure. Yeah. Why not? Hey, man, you can do whatever you want. It's a holiday. So looking at our Towson cam right now, good morning to all of you. We are seeing some of those clouds move away for you to be able to view that moon, but there's still some fog out there as well, and kind of a mild and foggy start to your Tuesday morning. We are going to see fewer storms for this afternoon, and then overall continuing to be hot and humid for the week, including today. So as you grab that cup of joe, hopefully you have the day off today, can enjoy with some family and friends. Low to mid 70s over the next couple of hours. Sun coming up at 5:46 and goes to bed a little bit earlier tonight at 8:36 this evening. We'll take a closer look at your full forecast coming up.
All right, now let's take a look at your lens solar traffic network here in a live camera over Loch Raven Boulevard and the inner and outer loops there. No issues around major highways in Baltimore except for 95 and Route 1, actually Philadelphia Road 40 there in the, that is right in Joppatown area because of weather closures, high water in that area because of all the heavy rains we had last night.
We won't stop until we find those responsible and hold them accountable. We won't. With that said, we need the help of our residents and anyone that knows anything to come forward and say something.
Turning now to a city in crisis, we continue to cover all angles of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore that left 2 people dead and 28 others injured.
18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi were the 2 victims killed in that shooting.
And according to Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, ballistic evidence indicates that there were multiple firearms used in that incident.
Police are now trying to identify the individuals they want to speak with, the people in this social media video seen taking a gun out of a backpack. Police say that anyone with a weapon at that party is a suspect until proven otherwise. Now, as of now, there is no motive for the shooting, and it's not clear if the victims were targeted. But the grandmother of one of those victims spoke exclusively to FOX45, angered by what happened.
If they had police presence, even 2 cars, even 2 police cars, if they were there, I'm almost certain this wouldn't happen. Whoever in charge of the police force dropped the ball and they're making excuses, and I'm not buying it. It's like a bad dream. We're not doing good because you'll never be the same. A piece of us gone. A very precious part of us is missing.
Now, as this investigation continues, there are still many questions surrounding the incident, like why police were not aware of that party, even though there were Safe Streets employees there. And why has Governor Wes Moore not visited the Brooklyn Homes community to speak on this tragedy in person? A governor set to be in Baltimore today to celebrate the 4th of July, but is not scheduled to visit that community impacted by such a brazen act of violence. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the concern surrounding how Governor Moore and other leaders handle the violence in Baltimore City. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, other than sending a statement, Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, here at Baltimore Police headquarters, they're busy desperately trying to find the suspects responsible for Sunday's mass shooting. The shooting left 28 people injured and took the lives of 2, 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi. FOX45 News spoke with a woman who says she is Fagbemi's family friend, too emotional to be shown on camera.
My mom woke me up 4-something in the morning when I was asleep, saying that he was gone. I was like, what you mean he's gone? I was just with them. I was crying. I was devastated.
While loved ones in the community are mourning in the wake of Maryland's largest city suffering its largest mass shooting in recent history, Governor Moore is nowhere to be found. The governor did send a statement in the hours following the shooting, but hasn't been to the scene in person. Meanwhile, 2 weeks prior, after a mass shooting in Annapolis, Governor Moore attended a press conference in person the next day. The governor will be in Baltimore today for a 4th of July celebration in Cherry Hill. But as far as we're aware, he has no plans to stop in Brooklyn. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says Moore's absence speaks volumes.
When the governor hears that the worst violence in Baltimore, perhaps in its history, has occurred, and he chooses not to go to visit the site of the violence. It's a communication that it's not so important.
And Vad says it's not too late for Moore to visit in person, but he really should have been here by now. And of course, anyone with information about the shooting is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Now, Baltimore police say they did not know the Brooklyn block party was happening, despite Safe Streets workers being there earlier in the day. Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley says they did not find out about the event until the day of, and that didn't allow them enough time to put a plan in place. Interim Director Stephanie Marvonis said earlier in the day that Safe Streets staff were in attendance and de-escalated 3 to 4 conflicts. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed city leaders on where the miscommunication happened.
Is it part of the Safe Streets protocol to relay that information to BPD if there is a potential threat that's possible at a large gathering like this?
I don't know that Safe Streets would relay that. I would say there is some level of communication about any incidents that are outside of their purview.
If BPD didn't know about this, but Safe Streets did, is that a breakdown in communication within the mayor's office and city government?
Again, Mackenzie, I'll just say this. We know that folks want to make narratives about this situation. The reality is that this is an action of a few who decided to shoot people. Safe Streets was not there, as you heard, when it happened.
The commissioner says BPD is looking into the union's claims that 7 officers were on duty in this police district over the weekend. Acting Commissioner Worley says staffing was not the issue, adding he could have created a staffing plan to put more officers there. But again, a review is underway to figure out what exactly went wrong. The City Council will hold a hearing on this next week.
I don't want to put them in a situation where we have to be running for our lives.
Residents on edge as thousands are set to gather for the 4th of July festivities today. The promise from the acting police commissioner, but some say they're still skeptical.
Baltimore, not the only city seeing a mass shooting around the 4th of July holiday. What we are learning about the latest act of violence in Philadelphia.
That full supermoon is setting in the west right now, and it's nice to see that because those clouds have cleared out from the storms from last night. Breaking down what we can expect for your 4th of July holiday forecast coming up on Fox 45, the early edition. 5:10 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Let's take a look at those temperatures right now. A lot of us in the lower 70s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. We're at 73 in Dundalk. Big Dundalk parade going on later this morning. 71 in Woodlawn and 74 your temp in Glen Burnie. So here's a look at your out the door cats. Definitely have the sunglasses. Really no need for the jacket, and just keep the umbrella with you in case we get some of those storms popping up a little bit later this afternoon. Out for a run or a jog. Next few hours in your jogging cast staying in the lower 70s, so mild conditions this morning. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about if the potential for storms exist by the time we get to those fireworks later tonight. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 5:10 now. The 4th of July is off to a violent start. Overnight, at least 4 people were killed in a mass shooting in Philadelphia. The suspect now in custody.
Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly in the live center with the very latest.
And we are starting with talking about Philadelphia this morning, guys, where overnight a gunman went on this rampage through the southwestern part of the city. In total, 6 people were shot, 4 killed. Let's get you to the video of the scene now. Police say the shooter wore a bulletproof vest. He appears to have targeted random victims over the course of several city blocks, and he was heavily armed.
This male was wearing a bulletproof vest with multiple magazines in the vest. He also had a scanner and an AR-style rifle and a handgun underneath his body.
Now, we do expect to learn more about who the shooter is today. Police only saying that he's a 40-year-old man and there is no motive yet in these killings. As for the victims, the 4 killed range in age from 20 to 59. In addition, 2 children are hospitalized after being shot. They are just 2 and 13 years old, both thankfully in stable condition. Now, again, we do expect to learn more about the shooter today. Police say a second person who investigators believe picked up a gun and returned fire was also taken into custody following the incident here in Philadelphia. Of course, with July 4th festivities planned in cities across the country tonight, many are taking extra precautions to keep people safe. Of course, we are working to get more information out of Philadelphia this morning, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Still ahead on the early edition, the latest mass shooting in Baltimore City, prompting state leaders to question what could have stopped it. We take a look at the latest legislative session and why some argue more should have been passed.
But first, it is Independence Day, and thousands across the country will be celebrating the local festivities right here in Baltimore City. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is Independence Day, and Americans across the country, well, they're on the move to celebrate the 4th this year.
From Thursday through Sunday, TSA says its officers screened nearly 10.7 million individuals, setting travel records at airports all across our country. That's 2.7 million per day. AAA predicts more than 43 million Americans will hit the road from the weekend through the holiday, and they'll be slightly relieved at the gas pump. The average cost of a gallon of gas, $3.54. Still a lot higher than 2 or 3 years ago. Right here in Maryland, the average sitting just below the national average, $3.50. Now the country seeing the highest prices, the county seeing the highest prices around us. Montgomery, $3.61. County seeing the lowest. Allegheny at $3.29.
Now, if you're headed to the grocery store to stock up on the 4th of July for the cookout, well, here's some average prices you'll be looking at. According to Wells Fargo Agri-Food Institute report, the grilled burgers, the cost of a pound of ground beef, it only went up less than 1% from last year, so a little over $5.30. Processed cheese up at 10%, $4.77 per pound. Bread, 22 cents at $1.95 per pound. And potato chips, those jumped 15% to $6.45.
All eyes on Coney Island today for the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Reigning champ Joey Chestnut going for his 16th mustard belt. Last year, he won by eating 63 hot dogs and the buns in the span of 10 minutes. And Miki Sudo, who holds the women's record at 48.5 hot dogs, is looking to claim her 9th title. She said she's going for 50 this year. As part of the event, Nathan's donates 100,000 francs to the food bank for New York City each year. Coverage of the women's competition starts at 10:45, followed by the men's competition, which starts at noon.
And check this out, more cities across the country ditching fireworks shows and making the switch to drone displays. Look at that in Myrtle Beach. This light video right over the weekend as the new format is quiet, which is good for veterans and little kids and your pets. It's also safer for the environment, reducing fire danger and lessening air quality concerns. Drones may not be a cheaper option, though. Hundreds of flying machines are needed to be able to program music. Boulder, Colorado, Salt Lake City, San Diego, they're all going high tech this year instead of the typical fireworks.
Glamping, tubing, amusement parks, few of the top trends people are looking for on the web to celebrate the 4th of July. Google releasing its most searched topics this year for the week leading up to Independence Day. People also want details on local festivals and fireworks shows. If you're looking for some red, white, and blue food ideas to take to a cookout, here's a list. Salads top the list with several different kinds, from cheesecake, watermelon, and pasta salads. And of course, never heard of a cheesecake salad, but I'm going to be Googling that right after this. Everyone's looking for some creative dessert ideas, and I would list that under the cheesecake.
Yeah, I would have to agree there. Well, here in Baltimore, there's a full day of festivities scheduled for today. It all gets started at 10 o'clock, 10:30 this morning as the city's 4th of July parade goes down William Street. It's going to end on Osteen Street in South Baltimore. And then at 3, the city's throwing a 4th of July party at West Shore Park along the Inner Harbor. You'll get food and music and games. It's all followed by the fireworks and a performance from the BSO. And those are just some of the events happening around the city. For more information on all that's happening, family fun, scavenger hunts, more on 4th of July celebrations throughout our region, head to foxbaltimore.com.
Many of you have already been sharing how you're celebrating the 4th. Pam from Rosedale sent this picture of Augie and Duck getting all decked out or ducked out in their red, white, and blue. We want to see how you're celebrating today. Scan the QR code on the screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla. 5:19 is the time, and we want to find out if the fog will clear out in time for the Dundalk Parade.
Oh, good idea. There's a lot of parades happening today. A lot going on. Yeah.
A lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff yesterday, especially with the weather. Those thunderstorms actually canceled some fireworks that were on schedule for last night because of all of the heavy rain that we saw. And what's left over is, some of the foggy spots right there. This is out on 695 in Towson. So could see some reduced visibility as you head out this morning. Those roads still wet as well from all of that rain that we saw. Meanwhile, another look in Towson. This is right around the Towson traffic circle from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. And numbers here in the lower 70s. Also, dew point temperatures staying right in that 70-degree range. And we're going to keep those dew points in the 70s through the afternoon as we heat up. We're actually going to be just a little cooler than yesterday, but you probably won't notice it too much because we're going to stay muggy with temperatures that will slide into the upper 80s and lower 90s. Will feel more like the mid-90s, again, similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon. And that's what's going to happen over the next 12 hours. So for your holiday, those numbers climbing to the mid to upper 70s through the morning time, on our way to the upper 80s and lower 90s for this afternoon. 89 is typically where we are for July 4th, but mid to upper 80s for some and even some lower 90s for others across central Maryland later today. 91 in D.C., 83 in Cumberland, heading down the ocean, warm there or even hot with mid to upper 80s there in Ocean City for this afternoon. So what's going on? That cold front that passed through, well, that is basically moving to the east, and behind that, we will see that potential for a pop-up shower or thunderstorm into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. So we're not completely done. This is a very typical summer-like weather pattern where you get the daytime heating, you get those towering cumulus clouds, and you have that potential for a couple of those pop-up storms. But by the time we get into tonight, 8, 9 o'clock this evening, as we get set for the fireworks and all the celebrations, we do look to dry out nicely. Heading into Wednesday and Thursday, more of a drier pattern setting up. Still that chance of a stray pop-up thunderstorm each afternoon, but really it gets a little bit more active as we head to the weekend. Here's an update on our holiday countdown, with today being the 4th. Labor Day now 62 days out. The Ravens home opener coming up in just 68 days. 81 days away from pumpkin spice lattes with the autumnal equinox. And look at this. We put the fall back on the calendar now. So that's 124 days until that time change. We get that hour back. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Obviously for the 4th today, lower 90s. We'll see that isolated thunderstorm later today, and keeping those 90s going through the rest of this week. A better chance of a couple of more of those pop-up storms happen as we head into Friday and Saturday for this upcoming weekend. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Still ahead this morning, man involved in the shooting. Canton store owner is sentenced. How long he will be spending behind bars.
Residents have safety concerns about tonight's fireworks show after Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, Baltimore's police commissioner addresses those concerns.
FOX45 taking a look at stories trending across the state. In Baltimore City, New information on a deadly police shooting that happened last week. The Attorney General's office identifying the person killed as 40-year-old Daryl Gamble. According to police, Gamble had a warrant out for his arrest when he was spotted by officers and then fled. Police say the chase ended with the suspect firing at officers, prompting them to fire back, and they killed him. The AG's office identified 5 officers who fired their weapons. For more details, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Also in Baltimore City, the man found guilty of killing a Canton store owner in 2019, sentenced to life in prison, plus 35 years is the maximum sentence. Now, the court found Martin Brooks killed Carmen Rodriguez when he entered her deli back in December of 2019. He demanded money, then shot her in the head. Her children were in the store at the time of this shooting. City State Attorney Ivan Bates says he hopes the sentence will bring some closure to Rodriguez's family and friends.
Baltimore County Police investigating a double shooting. This happened just after 2 yesterday afternoon, where officers responded to the scene right next to the Baltimore City-County border on Hollands Ferry Road. County police are telling us 2 people arrived at a nearby hospital with gunshot wounds, but police would not share their condition. Anyone with information is asked to contact Baltimore County Police.
In Cecil County, the sheriff's office is investigating an apparent double homicide in Northeast. A family member called to have a welfare check done when they couldn't reach their relatives. Deputies found Christopher Thomas, Ashley Brown, both shot dead inside of a home on Bethel Church Road. The 2 were in a relationship. Investigators have no information on a potential suspect at this time.
Still ahead, possible thunderstorms as we are heading throughout 4th of July. Our Weather Authority team letting us know if it will impact your firework celebrations tonight.
French police on high alert following violent protests over the deadly police shooting of a teen. Just ahead, I'll have a closer look at tensions in the country right here from the Live Center. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, that's setting the tone.
That's setting the tone for sure on this Independence Day. Good morning to you. I'm Taylor Stewart. It is the 4th of July.
Yeah, and that was our fife and drum. They hung out with us last week, so we've got some clips of them, and we'll be sharing them throughout the morning. I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out, will it look exactly like it did when we recorded that last week?
Yeah, that would be nice, especially for the fireworks. Meteorologist Dustin Chambers knows.
Hoping to stay nice and dry for those fireworks tonight, but we still have to get through the potential of a couple of pop-up thunderstorms later today. Really pretty shot now over very calm Inner Harbor, much different than how we ended yesterday with those showers and storms and really some heavy rain that rolled through, especially last night. Upper 60s and low to mid 70s across the state and around the region right now, from Cumberland and Baltimore down through Salisbury, 73 in Philly right now. Next 12 hours, our temperatures will steadily rise. We'll see those mid to upper 70s through the morning time, on our way to the 80s and even some lower 90s later this afternoon. So your snowball cast, well, not too bad today. Again, it's going to feel a little bit muggy out there with temperatures in the lower 90s, but feeling more mid 90s. And we do have that isolated thunderstorm threat for this afternoon. Breaking down exactly what we can expect as we head into this upcoming weekend. We'll talk about that coming up in a few.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, we continue our coverage of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. Police are currently searching for suspects.
Now, 2 people were killed, 28 others injured. And with 15 victims being juveniles, many of those Baltimore residents are now looking to the 4th of July festivities today and whether police will be able to keep the peace as large crowds are expected to gather.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the efforts from Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley and why some residents are still skeptical. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, the fireworks show will start at 9:30 tonight at the Inner Harbor, and thousands are expected to attend. But Sunday's mass shooting has now shaken many people's sense of security.
I don't want to put them in a situation where we have to be running for our lives. I think the violence from that definitely going to have people skeptical with coming out, especially with it being underage kids.
Whether it was this side of town, north, south, east, west, it doesn't matter to me. 4th of July has got to be one of the most annoying holidays.
Some parents admitting they began questioning the city's 4th of July celebration after hearing about the horrific mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes community this weekend, where 2 lost their lives and 28 others were injured. They saw photos and videos of young people pulling guns out of backpacks, photos that looked familiar to the one surfaced at the Inner Harbor, where 2 teens were shot Easter Sunday, just steps away from officers on patrol. But Baltimore Police Commissioner Worley is promising tight controls for the celebration tonight.
You will see multiple officers deployed through several zones around the harbor, as well as officers in the districts working to patrol and keep all those communities safe and anything that may pop up on the 4th of July.
Despite the police patrols, there are still concerns, and Fox 45 News spoke with some who decided they aren't going to the celebration at all. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, in that mass shooting that happened early Sunday morning, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley says ballistic evidence indicates there were multiple firearms used in the incident. A video circulating on social media appears to show a young man pulling, or a boy actually, pulling a gun out of a backpack at a Brooklyn Day block party. Worley says that young man or boy is a suspect and that anyone else who had a weapon at the scene will be a suspect. But now, some eyes turning to Annapolis and what laws may have helped prevent this act of brazen violence. Earlier this year, during the legislative session in Annapolis, Democratic lawmakers spent time passing Senate Bill 1, which placed limits on legal gun ownership in Maryland.
I would hope that the public would look at that and see and know legal gun owners are not the problem. This is a problem with illegal gun ownership. That young boy who pulled that handgun out of a bag is illegal on so many fronts.
During the same legislative session, Republicans introducing the Violent Firearms Offender Act, but that legislation never made it out of committee. Maryland Senate President Bill Ferguson says he does not think more laws would have helped prevent this mass shooting.
What I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
In the meantime, Mayor Brandon Scott says Maryland lawmakers have passed some of the strictest gun laws in the country and is instead blaming Congress for not acting to prevent mass shootings nationwide.
talking about a country where it is easier for a 14-year-old kid to order pieces together to put a gun together and go out and use it in commitment of a crime than it is for me to get Claritin D from CVS. That's what we should be talking about every day in this country until those folks take action.
As we previously mentioned, there's now a $28,000 reward being offered for any information that leads to an arrest in the shooting.
Well, the shooting is just another instance of young people becoming victims of violent crime in Baltimore City. Fox 45 spoke with community leader Reverend Al Hathaway, who says if kids don't have a safe environment to grow, it can set them back for life, putting the blame for this incident on the Housing Authority.
I think it really impacts them in a way because it really changes the way that they begin to think. They begin to think that they are victims or that they need to take actions to prevent themselves from becoming victims. But I don't want us to lose sight of what the real issue here. This is a Housing Authority property, Brooklyn Homes. The Housing Authority operates outside of city government. It reports directly to the federal Department of Housing and Community Development. This is really a federal issue, and I believe that we need to bring federal resources to bear because this was done on federal property.
Hathaway went on to say that kids will always be drawn outside to community events like this one late at night, and residents could consider bringing the Housing Authority to court to demand more protections.
We want you to join in on this conversation. Should Governor Westmore call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, 93% saying yes. And we want to hear from everyone, though. Go to foxbaltimore.com and weigh in. French police still on high alert following violent protest over the deadly police shooting of a teenager.
Shannon Lilly is in our live center now with the latest. Shannon.
And we're starting, guys, with a live look over the Eiffel Tower in Paris this morning. We are learning that tensions are beginning to ease in France as a whole as the country enters a second week of violent protests. Remember, these protests are all stemming from the police-involved killing of a teenager. You're looking at images of just some of the chaos that followed. In total, police have arrested more than 3,300 people. They've seen hundreds of attacks on law enforcement premises and officials. In fact, more than 720 law enforcement officials have been injured so far. And of course, there was that attack on the mayor of a Paris suburb early Sunday morning. Right here, you see hundreds turning out in a march of solidarity yesterday. This was all for that mayor. His wife and one of his children were hurt in that attack. He said rioters rammed his home with a car and set it on fire, even calling it an assassination attempt. Meanwhile, a fundraiser for the officer who shot and killed that 17-year-old has topped more than $1 million. That officer right now is charged with murder and is being held without bail in jail. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Still ahead this morning, our extensive coverage of Sunday's mass shooting in Baltimore continues. We press city leadership on why BPD was not more prepared.
Plus, new warnings for travelers leaving the United States, why officials are urging Americans to avoid China.
And a hot, humid 4th of July with a few storms possibly sticking around. Our Weather Authority team tracking the conditions all morning long. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all Well, new this morning, State Department is urging Americans to reconsider traveling to China.
The updated advisory says Americans run the risk of getting stuck in China due to an arbitrary law enforcement and an exit ban in wrongful detentions.
This comes after a U.S. citizen was given a life sentence in prison by a Chinese court in May on spying charges. The advisory also says citizens could be detained without any access to help from the U.S. The department has issued travel advisories for China before this, but mainly for pandemic-related issues.
My life changed right there. I'll never be the same.
The search continues for the suspects involved in Sunday's mass shooting at a community block party. We hear from one of the victims' families as they call for leaders to take accountability.
Debate among parents in New York City's school system, why some argue new programs are taking away from main priorities. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, we're taking you live to New York City, where one parent is criticizing the city's new mindful breathing program.
Yeah, starting this fall, students in New York City's public schools will be required to practice daily mindful breathing. It's meant to improve mental and physical health, but some say it shows misplaced priorities amid poor test scores in the city's public schools.
It might well be that some kids in some classrooms will benefit from it, will get something out of it. But the fact is, right now, New York State ranks 46 in the nation for fourth grade math scores, while ranking #1 in the nation for per student spending. We are spending a colossal amount of money to get really, really bad results from our kids.
The program is not expected to cost public schools any extra.
Wicked weather has been impacting different parts of the country, from extreme heat to severe thunderstorms.
Oh, yeah. Take a look at this. Torrential rains in Chicago starts to flood a Fox affiliate's newsroom. Footage taken from inside Fox 32, Chicago's newsroom, shows rainwater just dripping from the ceiling. Journalists racing to grab some electronic devices, relocate away from the waters there. You can see it. The water reportedly pouring in for hours. Heavy rain might not have stopped this busy newsroom. It did delay the start of NASCAR's Grand Park race that's held just a few blocks away.
While extreme heat also impacting parts of the country, and people are not the only ones suffering in this excruciating heat. Squirrels are suffering as well. Squirrels in Texas are laying down on their bellies just to try to keep cool, doing a technique what's called splooting, and it's often done in extreme heat, where Texas has been experiencing triple-digit temperatures through most of June. They can expect cooler temperatures ahead, but it may not be much better.
Splooting. All right, we learned something new today. Heat advisories all throughout the country. Learning how to keep your skin safe is very important.
In order to get enough protection, you should be using a palmful to cover a body in a bathing suit. And for most adults, that means about an ounce. So a 6-ounce bottle shouldn't last you all season long. You need to apply the sunscreen frequently. And that means about every 2 hours or after getting wet.
The American Academy of Dermatology recommending using a product with 30 or higher SPF, and many different product options too in the stores. Dermatologists say to cover any part of the skin that's exposed to the sun and apply every 2 hours, or as you just heard her say, after getting wet.
All right, taking a live look across Maryland this morning, people throughout the state are going to be celebrating their 4th of July holidays. And while we saw some storms roll through parts of the state yesterday, look out there. Look at that beach. Look at that sky. Look at Towson. Look at our area. It's just beautiful. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at how hot it's
You know
going
what
to
else
get.
is beautiful?
What?
I finally found good bagels in this area.
Okay.
Where?
Bagel Works in Bel Air.
Ah.
That place was out of control.
They're not even sponsoring us.
Yeah, no, they have an egg everything bagel.
Okay.
I like. They should call it an egg-thing. That's what I think. And then they also have an Old Bay bagel, which should also be called the Old Bagel.
With a Y-G-E-L?
Right. Yeah, that's what it should be.
Okay.
So, either way. Man, we were so excited to be there on Sunday. I was just like, this is the place I've been looking for. There's nothing like that around White Marsh. And I know Roland Park Bagels, it's right down the street. That's my other favorite. But man, I was happy to get up to Bagel Works. Maybe you can get a bagel this morning for the 4th of July. Why not? Looking right down 395. Beautiful shout out over the Patapsco as that sun is coming up as we speak. It's still muggy out there. 72 your current temperature. Dew point at 70 degrees. And I talked about this yesterday, the dew point trend. Those dew points staying in the 70s for the next 3 or 4 or even 5 days. That puts the heat index values in those mid-90s. So even though we'll be in the lower 90s today, it's going to feel like 96 for the afternoon, and continuing to see those mid-90s as feels like temperatures toward the end of this week. So as you grab a bagel and some bacon and some cream cheese and some eggs and avocado and whatever you got for breakfast, lower 70s over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. 75 by 8 a.m. Sun is up now, and it'll be up until 8:36 tonight. Not a bad day to fly today, too, pilots. We're talking about on your Pilots Cast, VFR conditions, visual flight rules, and breezy. And I'll ask Tom what VCSH is. He probably doesn't even remember, but if you can think about it, some isolated storms today, vicinity showers is what we're talking about. So you may have to dodge a few of those storms as we head later into the afternoon. Nothing like what we experienced yesterday. Mid to upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. In Harford County, where the Bagel Works is. 85 in Bel Air, 85 as well, Rising Sun, 86 for you in Elkton for Cecil County this afternoon. Now, the car wash cast, I have 3 yellow lights. It's not going to be pouring rain the next couple of days, but it's a very typical summer pattern where you get those stray pop-up storms. So you get the car wash, and then boom, Mother Nature drops the rain on you. So, you know, it's going to be like this, unsettled as we head into the next couple of days. I don't have a lot of activity, especially Wednesday and Thursday, but Friday we pick up another round of more of those showers and storms as we head into this upcoming weekend. And notice our temperatures do come down a little bit heading into Saturday and Sunday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. You can go to that Bagel Works also up in Hunt Valley. We're off of Ashland Road. That opens in about 10 minutes there, too. Pretty good. Taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and yeah, not bad at all around there. A little bit of fog, patchy fog that may greet you in some low-lying areas. Now we want to give you a live look from our traffic photojournalist. He's on 70 westbound right here, heading out to Frederick, and Frederick's got some fireworks ready to go tonight, too. So a lot of action here on the 4th of July, but not a lot on the road. Some good news.
Some of President Biden's recent gaffes has some people concerned. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington. I'll tell you what this could mean for his campaign.
A grandmother speaking out after her granddaughter falls victim to Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. Why she says the incident could have been avoided. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:54 and making your headlines this Tuesday morning. The cause of a wildfire burning right near Fresno, California has now been identified. Just yesterday afternoon, a 65-year-old man crashed his tractor into some tall grass when the brakes failed, killing him and then starting that wildfire. Authorities say it's happening on the man's property. So far, the whiskey fire is 15% contained and has already burned nearly 50 acres, which is leading to evacuation orders, warnings, and then some roadblocks in the area. Right now, it's unclear if any homes have been destroyed, but flames are threatening several nearby buildings.
In France, protests continue over the police shooting and killing of a 17-year-old. And the mayor of a Paris suburb says demonstrators took to his home. The mayor says a car rammed into his home overnight Sunday and then started a fire. His wife and children were injured while trying to escape. The local prosecutor's office has classified the incident as an attempted murder.
In Ukraine, its capital city of Kyiv witnesses yet another drone strike from Russia. Ukrainian officials saying Sunday's attack on the city was the first in 12 days. Kyiv officials say all the drones were detected and shot down. Just one person reportedly injured by falling debris from one of those destroyed drones.
Now, as the attacks continue, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country is still focused on breaking free from Russia's invasion.
Zelensky says he's grateful for all the help the U.S. has provided his country, but now he's calling on President Biden to invite Ukraine into NATO. Just yesterday, Zelensky and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz spoke on the future security guarantees for Ukraine. Zelensky saying it was, quote, long and fruitful phone call. Meanwhile, Moscow has deployed more than 180,000 troops to two major eastern battlefronts, according to Ukrainian military spokesperson.
Taking you live to the White House this morning, where there are now some developing concerns over President Joe Biden's mental and fitness ability to push the country forward on the national stage.
This comes after two repetitive gaffes just last week. National Desk Janae Bowens takes a look at the recent voter polling and how candidates' age within both parties could play a factor in 2024.
Twice in 1 week, President Joe Biden mistakenly referred to the war in Iraq instead of Ukraine. Once at a campaign event in Maryland last Tuesday, and then again about Vladimir Putin Wednesday at the White House.
It's hard to tell, but he's clearly losing the war in Iraq.
What it shows to the rest of the world, our world leaders, is that we are weak and we're vulnerable. And that's a very dangerous place for the United States to be.
Foreign policy analyst and Republican candidate for Douglas County Commissioner in Colorado, Priscilla Ron says she's worried about the president's handle on the country's foreign policy.
We are seeing our president compromise our national security.
The president also said this last month at an event in Connecticut.
All right, God save the Queen, man.
Despite the Queen's death in September. But Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is defending the president and his record.
I wish you could be in a room with him the way I often am, seeing how he is simultaneously focused on a big picture vision.
In a recent NBC News poll, 68% of voters say they are concerned that Biden doesn't have the necessary mental and physical health to be president. Similar results in a Washington Post ABC News poll, where more than 6 in 10 Americans say the same.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Concerns also surround top Republican presidential candidate, 77-year-old former President Donald Trump. According to NBC, 55% of Americans say they have concerns about his mental and physical health.
Even if you have to tiptoe down a ramp.
He has been criticized for walking slowly to avoid tripping and for his two-handed drinking method. President Biden would be 86 at the end of a second term. Now in 2020, COVID-19 had him stumping for votes over video from inside his home. And while 2024 will be more rigorous, a White House spokesperson told me Republicans need to look at the president's accomplishments, and going after the president's age is, quote, might as well be a good luck charm. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
That brings us to our question of the day. Are you concerned about the president's age, or rather mental fitness? Now, for those who voted, 86% say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found in the wake of Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, a professor weighs in on the message his absence is sending to Baltimore.
Now, holiday safety is a major concern following the recent mass shooting in Baltimore. Topping your next half hour, how police say they're going to keep the community safe this holiday.
And Baltimore not the only place seeing violence this holiday weekend. Still to come, the latest in a mass shooting in Philadelphia that's left 5 people dead.
We had those showers and thunderstorms that rocked our area last night. Calmer this morning, but could there be more in store? The answer coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday morning, 4th of July. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast because there's so much going on today.
How old is America today?
Grown.
Really old.
Really old?
Really old.
Just nobody could do
that's
the
your
math
trivia
right now.
question for us. Maybe we'll come back with an
I'll have
answer.
to try to figure it out. All right.
76.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, 1776. Yeah, that was the day.
Yeah.
This was the day. Our Towson camera, good morning to you. Now, we had some of the fog kind of hanging around this morning. That's obviously with all of that rain, that heavy rain that rolled through. Actually, some wind damage reported in several areas, not only here in Baltimore County, but also out in Talbot County and Dorchester County, where we had some tornado warnings that popped up yesterday afternoon with those storms that rolled through. We just had severe thunderstorm warnings here and flash flood warnings from the rain from last night, but all of that is done. As you look at your yard and gardening cast, probably some wet yards out there. Temperatures steadily climb into the mid to upper 80s and into the lower 90s for this afternoon. And it's going to be a bit muggy as well. We'll top out right about 92, and we still have that potential for a few afternoon storms later today. Nothing like what we saw yesterday, but if you hear a rumble of thunder and you see those storms build this afternoon, do not be surprised because I told you so. Tom?
247 or 248. Well, it depends on, 1776 and 2023, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
So okay.
All right, let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network here. And you can see completely green on the map here, just that one red indicator. And that is right in front of, it's right in front of Lochraven High School because of that water main break that happened. So they're still clearing that up. But everyone else, you are moving along just fine. No issues to report.
We're just like on adrenaline right now because we hardly eat, we cry a lot. It's like a bad dream. We're not doing good.
That is the grandmother of a recent high school graduate who was killed in this weekend's mass shooting. She's speaking to Fox 45 about the tragedy, saying the shooting could have and should have been prevented. 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez died in the mass shooting along with 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi.
Now, this morning, we continue our coverage on all angles of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore, shooting injuring 28 others.
That's right. According to Police Commissioner, Acting Commissioner Richard Worley, ballistic evidence indicates there were multiple firearms used in this incident.
Right now, our detectives are still working through interviewing every one of the victims. We will continue to pursue any leads, so that's why we need the help from the community because we have only touched some of the video that's out there.
Now, this young person seen on social media taking a gun out of a backpack is one of the people investigators are looking to speak with. Right now, police say anyone with a weapon at that party is a suspect until proven otherwise.
Now, this mass shooting has more victims than any other in recent memory here in Baltimore City. And now Baltimore community members are demanding some answers. Among them, former Mayor Sheila Dixon, who spoke with Fox 45 Monday afternoon.
I'm praying for all the families. But, there's questions and there's blames and we can point the finger. And, my concern is where was the breakdown of communication between HABC, Housing Authority, who should have known about this block party? If it was on the street and the police heard about it earlier, why weren't they out there once they heard? Safe Streets, who was there? Maybe they won't call the police, but they should have called Muncie. So that Muncie then would have called the police, since Safe Streets doesn't deal directly with the police. But something could have been done.
Well, as this investigation continues, still many questions you just heard right there surrounding the mass shooting, including the motive, where the victims were targeted, why were police not aware of that party despite Safe Streets employees being there, and why has Governor Wes Moore not visited the Brooklyn Homes community to speak on this tragedy in person. The governor is set to be in Baltimore today celebrating the 4th of July, but is not scheduled to visit the community impacted by such a brazen act of violence. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the concern surrounding how Governor Moore and other leaders handle the violence in Baltimore. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, other than sending a statement, Governor Moore, the state's top official, is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, here at Baltimore Police Headquarters, they're busy desperately trying to find the suspects responsible for Sunday's mass shooting. The shooting left 28 people injured and took the lives of two, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylise Fagbimi. Fox 45 News spoke with a woman who says she is Fagbimi's family friend, too emotional to be shown on camera.
My mom woke me up 4-something in the morning when I was asleep, saying that he was gone. I was like, what you mean he's gone? I was just with them. I was crying. I was devastated.
Well, loved ones in the community are mourning in the wake of Maryland's largest city suffering its largest mass shooting in recent history. Governor Moore is nowhere to be found. The governor did send a statement in the hours following the shooting, but hasn't been to the scene in person. Meanwhile, 2 weeks prior, after a mass shooting in Annapolis, Governor Moore attended a press conference in person the next day. The governor will be in Baltimore today for a 4th of July celebration in Cherry Hill. But as far as we're aware, he has no plans to stop in Brooklyn. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says Moore's absence speaks volumes.
When the governor hears that the worst violence in Baltimore, perhaps in its history, has occurred, and he chooses not to go to visit the site of the violence, it's a communication that it's not so important.
Now, Vatz says it's not too late for Moore to come in person, but that he really should have been here by now. And of course, if anyone has information about the shooting, they're asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia, and we want you to join the conversation. Should Governor Wes Moore call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, as you see right there, 92% of those who have voted responded yes. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. As violence continues to plague a city in crisis, 4th of July celebrations continue. How law enforcement is planning to keep you safe while you take on Independence Day.
Our downtown camera right now over Baltimore. The sun is now up and we're clearing out from the storms we saw yesterday. We'll take a look at what we can expect as we head into the rest of your 4th of July holiday coming All right, welcome back. It is 6:09. Our Weather Authority forecast here on your 4th of July. Overall, really a pleasant morning so far. It's a little on the muggy side, but that's all of the moisture that we had from the storms that rolled through yesterday. But look at the stadiums all lit up there. Well, at least M&T Bank Stadium is to the right of the screen is where Camden Yards is, as we've got the All-Star break coming up for the O's. They are on the road until the All-Star break, not back here until the 14th. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
The 4th of July is off to a violent start this morning. Overnight, multiple people killed in a mass shooting in Philadelphia. The suspect is in custody.
Let's get straight over to Shannon Lilly in the live center with the very latest this morning.
Well, we're starting, guys, with a live look over Philadelphia now, as we are learning a 5th victim has been found dead after a gunman went on a rampage through the southwestern part of the city. In total, 7 people were shot. Let's get you to video of the scene now. Police say the shooter wore a bulletproof vest. He appears to have targeted random victims over the course of several city blocks, and he was heavily armed.
This male was wearing a bulletproof vest with multiple magazines in the vest. He also had a scanner and an AR-style rifle and a handgun underneath his body.
We do expect to learn more about who the shooter is today. Police only saying he's a 40-year-old man, and there is no motive yet in the killings. As for the victims, police initially announcing 4 were killed, ranging in age from 20 to 59. Early this morning, though, police found a 5th victim killed in the same King Sessing neighborhood. In addition, 2 children are hospitalized after being shot. They are just 2 and 13 years old. Both, thankfully, though, in stable condition. Again, we expect to learn more about the shooter today. Police say a second person who investigators believe picked up a gun and returned fire was also taken into custody following this incident. And of course, with July 4th festivities planned in cities across the country tonight, many are taking extra precautions to keep people safe. In the meantime, though, we'll continue to work to get you more information out of Philadelphia. But for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Tom, Taylor.
Taking the sights and sounds of 4th of July right here in the heart of Charm City and D.C. We'll take you right to the break here in Washington after all the events and let you know what's happening today.
Oh, and gas prices may be higher here in Maryland, but not for all stations. Still to come, where you can get gas as low as $1.77, all to celebrate today's holiday. 6:11 is the time right now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This morning, we're taking you live to the National Mall as Independence Day preparations are underway.
Joy Wang from our Sinclair sister station is in Washington, D.C. She's live and she has all the details for us this morning. Good morning, Joy. Happy 4th.
Good morning. Happy 4th to you guys in the studio as well. I'm so excited. This is actually my first 4th of July here in the district. And is there really anywhere else to be when it comes to seeing those fireworks? Now, joining me live right now is Mike Litters with the National Park Service. Let's first start off with where we are standing right now. I know people have a lot of questions about the fireworks, but there's a lot of events ahead of time, too.
A lot more than just the fireworks going on today. And it all starts with the Smithsonian Folklife Festival. Opens at 11 o'clock this morning on the mall. This is the 56th year that the National Park Service has partnered with Smithsonian to put the Folklife Festival on. This year, we're highlighting the culture of the Ozarks and creative encounters, looking at the intertwining of religious communities and cultures throughout the country.
Of course, there's also another anniversary that people might not know about today. What are we also celebrating?
Big day for us today, July 4th, 1848. 175 years ago, they laid the cornerstone for the Washington Monument in an elaborate ceremony. So we've got some activities on the Washington Monument grounds today. Earn your Junior Ranger badge, learn a little bit more about the origins of the Washington Monument.
Something that you can see really no matter where you're driving in the district, and that's the same thing for the fireworks show tonight. What can people expect?
You know, fireworks can be seen throughout the downtown area, right? We don't want you driving looking at the fireworks, so plan to come down 9:09 p.m. We launch the fireworks, 17.5-minute show, launch from both sides of the reflecting pool. It is the biggest show in the country as far as the number of the large shells, those big 10-inch shells that light up the whole sky and make everybody go ooh and ah. Really looking forward to that tonight.
To make sure everyone has a great time, we do, of course, want to mention that there are some things we want to make sure people aren't doing and aren't bringing with them.
You know, the list of prohibited items, fairly familiar for folks that have come down to events on the mall. No glass containers, no alcohol, certainly no personal fireworks, and we strongly encourage you to leave your pets at home. They get a little skittish when the fireworks start going off. Full list of all the prohibited items, maps, schedules, events, everything you need, nps.gov/FOJU.
Long day for you and for us. Thanks for joining us this morning. And of course, there's a lot of road closures here as well. And so one way to avoid that, take the metro. Just another idea to put out there. We're going to have more details to you on the FOX45 website later on today. For now, live on the mall, Joy Wang, FOX45 Morning News.
Joy, thank you. Make sure you get a nap because it's going to be a long day when those fireworks start. 9:09. Well, taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Ocean City, Towson, Deep Creek Lake as we are tracking your holiday forecast. You can see by our Weather Authority radar that's over to the top left there. Things are looking pretty clear as far as rain and storms go for this morning. But what about when it comes to the heat?
That's a good question. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's a scorcher out there.
Well, not going to be a scorcher. That's the thing. It's not going to be. It's going to feel like kind of more in the muggy and warm. Feel like the mid-90s today. So that's how it's going to feel. Even though our temperatures are going to stay in the lower 90s, even some upper 80s out there. Some slight cooling and a little cooler than where we were yesterday at this time. You can see from our Towson camera, still some of the kind of not the mist, but the foggy conditions for some of you. As there's still a lot of moisture from all that rain that rolled through in those storms, well, we do have a lot of damage reported across parts of Baltimore County, especially wind damage with trees that are down on roads and in houses, as well as out toward the eastern shore where you got hit with some pretty strong storms that were rolling through yesterday afternoon into the evening time. For our muggy meter today, the dew point temperatures are going to stay in the 70s in that gross category, so we're definitely staying muggy for the 4th. As you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, low to mid and upper 70s. Pretty pleasant morning, but quickly get into those upper 70s by 9 a.m. as you're getting set for a lot of those parades. And maybe you want to jump in the pool today. Well, make sure to get that sunblock on. UV index still in that high category, lower 80s through 10 a.m. and then lower 90s on the way for the afternoon. And we do have that chance of an isolated thunderstorm later today, so not quite done with all of that wet weather. You can see our high temps across the region, mid to upper 80s and lower 90s for most of central Maryland, keeping those 80s and 90s up and down the 95 corridor, 87 down to the ocean there in Ocean City and 83 in Cumberland today. In terms of your mowcast, that grass might be a little bit soggy today, so I do have a yellow light, but Wednesday and Thursday, you're looking good. You can get the grass cut with no issues out there cleaning up those yards. Here's a look at our future scan. So the cold front has exited stage right? Back behind that is that potential for a pop-up shower storm into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Most of the models not looking at anything strong to severe. In fact, we did have a marginal risk, but that's now been pushed off toward the east. On Tuesday night, right around fireworks time, 8, 9 o'clock, we do look to stay mainly dry in terms of the storms if we see any moving out of here. And Wednesday and Thursday, it'll be that same weather pattern where you have that pop-up thunderstorm chance each afternoon, but overall kind of a drier forecast on the way until we get to Friday. And Friday afternoon and into Friday evening, that's going to be our next weather maker rolling in, bringing us another chance for some storms heading into the weekend. So here's your 7-day forecast. Lower 90s for your highs all the way through Friday. We're back to the upper 80s for this weekend with overnight lows into the 70s. And again, the heat and humidity hanging around.
As many begin their travels home either today or tomorrow, let's take a look at where those gas prices are standing right now. Our national average sits at $3.54 a gallon, which is down a few cents from a week ago. In Maryland, we're at $3.50 a gallon, which is below the national average, but it's only slightly above where we were a week ago. This is because of the automatic state tax gas that kicked in on Saturday.
When it comes to Sheetz gas stations, though, today the prices are currently at $1.77 and then 6 cents for a gallon of everything except for diesel and ethanol-free fuel. This is to celebrate the year the Declaration of Independence was signed. Sheetz will also donate 10 cents for every gallon of discounted gas sold at their Maryland location. And the one closest to us, just in case you were wondering, 601 Pulaski Highway, call them, and this is already $1.77. And today, they will be giving their locations, will be going to Special Olympics Maryland for that charity. So go and get some great gas right there and then also help out the Special Olympics of Maryland. Well, Baltimore County Public Schools welcomes a new superintendent. Still to come this morning, how she plans to approach the long-time problems county schools continue to face.
And your prenatal vitamin night might not have all the recommended nutrients experts say a baby needs. After the break, Consumer Reports takes a look at 15 popular brands to help you decide which one's best to buy. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Before we get to those stories, we want to listen in to a 4th of July tune with the Monumental City Ancient Fife and Drum Corps. There are a million things to worry about when you're pregnant or trying to get pregnant.
And you would know that. One is making sure you have the proper nutrition. Consumer Reports is breaking down what's inside of prenatal vitamins and what you need to make sure you purchase the right one.
I started taking my prenatal vitamin when I was trying to get pregnant.
Taylor Frost-Smith is following doctor's orders, taking a prenatal before and during pregnancy. Hers is high in folic acid.
I just don't get enough folic acid in my diet. I don't eat enough fish or spinach, so I'm really hoping that my prenatal vitamin will make up for that.
It's often tough to get large amounts of micronutrients a pregnant woman needs from diet alone. That's why prenatal supplements are critical.
Almost all prenatal supplements have enough folic acid, but when it comes to other micronutrients, many of the available options at your local drugstore have lackluster formulations.
Though most people will get some of the nutrients they need from foods, many prenatal supplements on the market do not meet recommended micronutrient levels endorsed by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. For example, take calcium. Consumer Reports looked at 15 popular brands. 10 have calcium, but not enough. 5 don't have any at all. And when it comes to safety, supplements don't undergo the same strict scrutiny as prescription drugs. Consumer Reports experts found some of the pricier prenatals lack the nutrients the cheaper pills do have. For instance, Nature-made prenatal multivitamin folic acid plus DHA soft gels has the most of the recommended amount of nutrients, and it's less than $1 per dose, whereas some prenatals cost nearly $2 per dose.
Prioritize those micronutrients that ACOG says you need, as well as any that your doctor says you may be deficient in.
After all, Taylor has more things to worry about.
Yeah, we still need to get the nursery done.
Well, as with any medication or supplement, be sure to talk with your OB/GYN or your midwife before you start taking them.
Today, we're seeing a mild morning with a hot and humid afternoon ahead.
All day long, our Weather Authority team keeping track of how the forecast will hold up for tonight's 4th of July fireworks.
Residents have safety concerns about tonight's fireworks show after Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, Baltimore's police commissioner addresses those concerns.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, today, the Orioles, they're not there. In fact, they're up in New York, ready to take on the Yankees for Game 2 of 4 of last night's game. It came with a tough loss, but we're rooting for the win today. First pitch just after 1 o'clock, 1:05 in Brooklyn. We're the Bronx, right? Bronx Bombers, Brooklyn? Yeah, Bronx.
Good morning to you.
Pinstripes.
Good morning. I'm Taylor Stewart.
And I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. Go O's on this Tuesday, 4th of July. Thanks for waking up with us.
Absolutely. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because we had that gorgeous moon this morning, and we're looking at some pretty good weather for fireworks, considerably.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be shaping up okay. Kyle Gibson gets the start today, and the O's, you know, they're still #1 in terms of the AL wild card. Still one of the best teams in baseball. I know it's been a little rough. We had a winning month in the month of June, but it's just not as winning as we were in like April and May. But don't worry, it's all good. We're halfway through the season. The All-Star break is next week. In fact, next Tuesday here on Fox 45. So we're looking good. I love it. Just got to keep winning. Got to beat those Yanks today. All right, let's take a look outside right now. Beautiful shot from our Towson camera. Thanks for moving that camera around, guys. I love that shot right there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. And you can see clear skies, temps in the lower 70s, a little bit cooler than where we were yesterday morning, but definitely can feel that humidity with the mild and muggy conditions and even some foggy spots we saw earlier this morning. Fewer storms for today, and then that hot and humid week will continue. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, low to mid 70s. You can enjoy that on your jogging cast. We're back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Turning now to a city in crisis, we continue our coverage of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. Police currently searching for suspects. 2 people were killed, 28 others injured.
That's right, and 15 of those victims are juveniles. Many Baltimore residents are now looking to the 4th of July festivities happening today and concerned as to whether police will be able to keep the peace as large crowds are expected to gather.
Olivia Dan joining us live this morning with the efforts from Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, why some residents are still skeptical. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, the fireworks show is expected to start at 9:30 tonight at the Inner Harbor, and thousands will be in attendance. But Sunday's mass shooting has now shaken many people's sense of security.
I don't want to put them in a situation where we have to be running for our lives. I think the violence from that definitely going to have people skeptical with coming out, especially with it being underage kids.
Whether it was this side of town, north, south, east, west, it doesn't matter to me. 4th of July has got to be one of the most annoying holidays.
Some parents admitting they began questioning the city's 4th of July celebration after hearing about the horrific mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes community this weekend, where 2 lost their lives and 28 others were injured. They saw photos and videos of young people pulling guns out of backpacks, photos that looked familiar to the one surfaced at the Inner Harbor, where 2 teens were shot Easter Sunday, just steps away from officers on patrol. But Baltimore Police Commissioner Worley is promising tight controls for the celebration tonight.
You will see multiple officers deployed through several zones around the harbor, as well as officers in the districts working to patrol and keep all those communities safe and anything that may pop up on the 4th of July.
Now, despite the police patrols, there's still concerns, and Fox 45 News spoke with some who decided they aren't going to the celebration at all. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. In the mass shooting that happened Sunday, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley says ballistic evidence indicates there were multiple firearms used in that one incident. A video circulating on social media appears to show a young boy pulling a gun out of a backpack at the Brooklyn Day block party. Worley says that young boy is a suspect, and anyone else who had a weapon at the scene will be a suspect as well. But now some eyes are turning to Annapolis and what laws may have helped prevent this act of brave violence. Earlier this year, during the legislative session in Annapolis, Democratic lawmakers spent time passing Senate Bill 1, which placed limits on legal gun ownership in Maryland.
I would hope that the public would look at that and see and know legal gun owners are not the problem. This is a problem with illegal gun ownership. That young boy who pulled that handgun out of a bag is illegal on so many fronts.
During the same legislative session, Republicans introduced the Violent Firearms Offender Act, but that legislation never made it out of committee. Maryland Senate President Bill Ferguson says he does not think more laws would have helped prevent this mass shooting.
What I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
In the meantime, Mayor Brandon Scott says lawmakers have passed some of the strictest gun laws in the country and is instead blaming Congress for not acting to prevent mass shootings across the country.
Talking about a country where it is easier for a 14-year-old kid to order pieces together to put a gun together and go out and use it in commitments of a crime than it is for me to get Claritin D from CVS. That's what we should be talking about every day in this country until those folks take action.
As we previously mentioned, there's a $28,000 reward now being offered for any information that leads to an arrest in this mass shooting. We want you to join the conversation here. Should Governor Wes Moore call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, 92% of voters say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Today, the governor expected to be in Baltimore City. In our next half hour, why this is sparking concerns surrounding how the governor and other leaders are handling the violence in Baltimore.
French police on high alert following violent protests over the deadly police shooting of a teen. Just ahead, I'll have a closer look at tensions in the country right here from the Live Center.
And heat and humidity this week, but we may not be done with those storms just yet. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when that next weather maker moves on in. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, 6:39 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast after a rough afternoon and evening, especially last night with some of those strong storms rolling through. Calm conditions right now. Beautiful shot from our Towson camera. Nothing but blue skies. And we are looking out the door as you'll need those sunglasses today. Keep the umbrella with you just in case, because we still have the potential for at least a couple of pop-up thunderstorms later this afternoon. Should not see anything on the scale that we saw yesterday, but on your snowball scale, if you're ready to get those snowballs today, 92 for your high. Notice those lower 90s stay with us into Wednesday and Thursday, even though it's going to feel hotter than that with the heat and humidity combined. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
French police still on high alert this morning following a violent protest over the deadly police shooting of a teenager.
Shannon Lilly is in our live center now with the latest. Shannon.
And we're starting, guys, with a live look over the Eiffel Tower in Paris this morning. We're learning that tensions are beginning to ease in France as a whole as the country enters a second week of those violent protests. Remember, these protests are all stemming from the police-involved killing of a teenager. You're looking at those images of just some of the chaos that followed. In total, police have arrested more than 3,300 people. They've seen hundreds of attacks on law enforcement premises and officials. In fact, more than 720 law enforcement officials have been injured just so far. And of course, there was that attack on the mayor of a Paris suburb early Sunday morning. Right here, you see the hundreds turning out in a march of solidarity yesterday. This is all for that mayor. His wife and one of his children were hurt in that attack. He said rioters rammed his home with a car and set it on fire, even calling it an assassination attempt. Meanwhile, a fundraiser for the officer who was shot and killed that 17-year-old has topped more than $1 million. That officer is charged with murder and is being held in jail without bail. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom Taylor.
A new superintendent welcome to Baltimore County Public Schools. Still to come, the long-standing problems she's walking into and how she plans to approach them.
Today, we are starting mild, but it will be hot and humid later on. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how your firework forecast is looking later tonight. 6:41 is the time. .44 and topping your morning rush as the investigation continues into the Brooklyn Homes community mass shooting that killed 2 people and injured 28 others. Governor Wes Moore is set to be in Baltimore today. He is yet to speak on the weekend tragedy in person. Coming up in just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a look at the concerns surrounding how Governor Moore and other leaders are handling violence in Baltimore City.
Now, as Baltimore County Public Schools' new superintendent steps into her position, falling graduation rates, plummeting test scores, and declining enrollment remain an issue. Coming up at our 7:30 half hour, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is going to report on Dr. Yarborough's latest news conference. There, he had time to ask the new superintendent if she'll make herself accessible to parents and the media.
All right, 6:45 is the time. We need to find out exactly what the weather is going to be like, whether you're going out to the Dundalk parade here in just a few minutes, or you're getting ready for maybe a barbecue this afternoon.
Or a parade in Baltimore City, or going to the Sheetz gas station to get that gas. I mean, there's just so much.
So much going on
So
today.
much going on.
Is there a Sheetz gas station around here? There is. There's one at 601 Pulaski Highway. It's $1.77 a gallon, except for diesel or ethanol-free fuel.
Huh. Pulaski Highway, huh?
Pulaski Highway.
Memory of the day.
Let's go. That is. All right. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Hey, look at this. I mean, this is Federal Hill with our beautiful American flag, and a little bit farther down, of course, Fort McHenry with the red, white, and blue, stars and stripes forever. We know it. We love it. The big American flag on America's birthday today. So also, when you think about that, you think about grilling, right? And I believe very shortly, we're firing up the grill. In fact, I think it may already be fired up outside. I haven't even been outside. Apparently, well, okay, I'm hearing reports that it is fired up. Independence Day forecast, we're talking about numbers here in the next couple of hours in the mid-70s, right about 90 through noontime, and into the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, even by 4 p.m. Now, we do have that chance for an isolated thunderstorm today. We're not looking at a weather alert day. We're not looking at widespread storms. It's going to be those isolated pop-up thunderstorms, very typical summer-like weather pattern. And the dew point trend shows you that. We're going to keep our dew points in the 70s this week. That puts our feels like or heat index numbers into the mid-90s. So even if it's only in the lower 90s or upper 80s today, going to feel more like 95, 96 degrees when you're stepping outside to do what you are doing. If you want to get up there and fly today, pilots, overall, looking at a VFR day, got to fly yesterday. It was so nice to see a lot better visibility with that smoke that is cleared out of here. A bit breezy and still some vicinity showers that we're tracking. That's what VCSH means for the non-pilots in the room. Mid to upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Margie and Mom hanging out there in Westminster for the big 4th of July party. Again, Margie and Mom should be a TV show. I think so. But upper 80s and lower 90s for Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena for your high temperatures today. And up and down the 95 corridor, 80s and 90s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., even upper 80s down the ocean there, Ocean City at 87 this afternoon. 3 yellow lights in the car wash cast. Why? Well, because we're in that very summer-like weather pattern where you have that potential for a pop-up thunderstorm. Not looking very widespread. You can see in our future scan just a couple of little light green blobs here and there. But by 8, 9 o'clock tonight for the fireworks, everyone wants to know, we should have all, if we have any of those storms, all done. It is going to be warm, but it is going to stay mainly dry. So hopefully we can get those fireworks off without a hitch. Lower 90s continue, as I mentioned, all the way to the end of this week. Then we're back to the upper 80s. Better chance for storms comes as we head into Friday and Saturday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you see the map right here. The only indicator there is the one water main break, the top of your screen, and that is happening, as you know, right at Cromwell Bridge Road there. The eastbound lanes, they're still closed down, but the westbound lanes are wide open. Now, we want to take you, he was just talking about Ocean City. Our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, this is a shot right here, and our roads are wide open. If you're going down the ocean or coming back home, you can get there without any issue on all the Maryland major highways. Here's a live look now from a traffic photojournalist who is now in the area of the Glen Arm tracking some storm damage from yesterday. In fact, he's near the scene of an area where there's a tree down. A lot of the winds and the rains that came down left some debris on the roads here. You can see some of that. And there's still some high water areas on secondary roads, but we're getting reports of trees down on some roads, and we're going to see if we can find out exactly where they are and if they've been cleaned up already.
This morning, babies in the NICU across North Texas are ready to celebrate their first Independence Day. Take a look at these adorable photos Texas Health sharing of the tiny tots dressed in red, white, and blue. The babies are all holding flags wrapped in little star-studded beanies and surrounded by sparklers, not lit ones, as they are enjoying their celebratory gear.
Now, if you're needing some last-minute things to make your 4th of July celebration complete today, you forgot something, don't forget the ice. Here's a look at some businesses who still have their doors open. Walmart, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, they'll be open grocery-wise, but other retailers like Best Buy, Dollar General, and Macy's will also be open with some sales, too. And some of those, if you are looking to head to the bank or ship something, you may have to wait until tomorrow because most banks, UPS, and post offices will be closed. Some FedEx offices will be open with modified hours. If you're grabbing some last-minute supplies, you may want to add a few more items to your grilling game.
That is right. Let's head out to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's actually live with the Blue Ridge Restaurant Group, and they got some grilling tips.
Are we live?
You're live,
all the way
man.
live.
You are live.
Feeling good outside for barbecue time, of course, for the 4th of July. And we've got Brian McCardle here, Blue Ridge Restaurant Group. What are you cooking up on the 4th? You're doing ribs.
We're doing ribs. You know, what's better for 4th of July than doing barbecue ribs?
Now, how hard is it to do ribs for the average person at home? I know you're an expert.
You know, it depends. You know, what you want to do. Actually, for these is you do want to cook these in advance. We cook these the night before for about 10 hours. And then this way, once you cool them down, you can put them on the grill. They'll be nice and tender.
Okay, so obviously the prep work is important to do that, right?
Absolutely important. Yeah, to tenderize the ribs before you put them on the grill.
What's one of the biggest mistakes that people make when they're grilling? You're the expert, but when people are out there and they mess up their food, what's the big thing that people do?
I think the biggest thing is knowing your grill, what the hot spots are on your grill, where to put the grill, and then just making sure you're seasoning the meat or anything that you're cooking vegetables properly before you finish it.
That's the whole thing. It's like I don't ever want to over season, and I've learned lately to just do a little bit of light seasoning, but the prep work that you do ahead of time with this. Oh my gosh, look at that. It is a mop. It is a mop of goodness right there. All right, you guys are going to be out here all morning long, Stanford Kitchen, and you guys have all this great stuff going on for the 4th of July. There's the ribs. There's the broccoli if you want broccoli. Who wants broccoli? Come on. We want the ribs.
Yeah, you
all
have
right.
a well-balanced diet.
Yeah.
That's right. Keeping it balanced.
Well, if you're watching the fireworks this 4th of July, you might notice some color missing in the sky. Still to come, why science is to blame for the lack of blue fireworks.
Oh, and looking ahead to our 9 o'clock hour, we're joined by the U.S. Naval Academy Band for a patriotic performance that you do not want to miss.
But now, you know what I cannot miss at 7 o'clock, approaching 7? Coffee.
That's right. It's the perfect time to start off your 4th of July with your first coffee break. glamping, tubing, amusement parks, just a few of the top trends people are searching for online to celebrate the 4th of July.
Tubing. We just talked about tubing yesterday.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right.
Google released the most searched topics this year for the week leading up to Independence Day.
And if you're looking for some red, white, and blue food ideas to take to your cookout, here's a list.
All right, so salad tops that list with several different kind of options here. We had to look it up. Cheesecake salad, watermelon and pasta salad, and of course everyone's looking for that creative dessert idea.
Which kind of the cheesecake salad is a dessert idea.
Right.
But Wild Hub compiled some numbers and figured out Americans plan to spend $9.5 billion in food alone for today, the 4th of July. Some of that will go to the 150 million hot dogs people will be consuming today.
Another $3 billion is going to go to beer and wine. $6.5 billion going towards purchasing American flags. Americans are also going to drop another $2.7 billion on fireworks.
Well, if you're watching the fireworks this 4th of July, you may notice one color's particularly missing from the sky most of the time.
That's right. So blue fireworks, they're pretty rare, and it has nothing to do with how it has everything to do with how fireworks are made.
And different metal salts in fireworks decide what color the firework will be after they explode. And copper chloride, that's the chemical that would make fireworks blue, starts to break down before it can actually reach the temperatures that would allow it to turn blue, making it rare and very dangerous.
And the blend also into the evening, early sky. Don't let it make you blue. Fireworks can come in a rainbow of other colors to enjoy.
A friend pointed that out to us the other day, saying they're very expensive when you see blue fireworks.
Oh, those are the fancy ones.
There you go. Thanks, Bill. Many people will be taking their boats out on the water to celebrate today.
Well, in South Carolina, data from the Department of Natural Resources shows more than 18 boating deaths happen each year.
With the increase in the holiday crowds, the drinking, officials say planning ahead can keep you from being part of those statistics. And Katie Sold with our Sinclair sister station in Charleston has more.
Sunshine, water, and horsepower. A great mix for an enjoyable holiday.
But it gets really busy. We do see a whole lot of boating. It gets really crowded.
But one thing that makes that mix dangerous.
So there's no difference of if you're driving a car or driving a boat. You cannot be impaired to drive either of them.
A frustrating reality to responsible boaters like Spencer Hurto.
It's unfortunate that people think, oh, just because I can afford a boat, I can go do what I want on the water. And they don't put safety as the first thing.
Hey, how's it going today?
That's part of the reason Hurto appreciates the steps the Department of Natural Resources is taking to make sure boaters are prepared.
You got 2 wearable life jackets?
Yeah, one for myself, one for my crew member.
Checking safety equipment like life jackets, throwables, and fire extinguishers.
It's the most important part about being out here. You got to make sure you have all your safety equipment to make sure that if worst case scenario happens, you're not one of the statistics that ends up being somebody dying on the water.
According to the U.S. Coast Guard, recreational boating accidents and deaths have increased over the last 5 years, with an average of 152 accidents and 18 deaths annually.
I want to have to go and knock on someone's door and tell them that they've lost a loved one or their loved one's no longer coming home. We want you to have a good time. We want you to enjoy the holiday. We just want you to do it safely.
To assist safe boating, DNR is offering a number of courtesy inspections at various locations, both coastal and inland. On the water, Officer Hunley McCurry wants you to take advantage of all those precautions. One safety feature that can prevent injuries if the driver is thrown from the boat is the automatic kill switch.
Usually they're a red cord. It's attached to your life jacket, to your wrist. But as soon as you pull this, cut your engine off.
McCurry emphasizes the main key to saving lives is being prepared.
Just err on the side of caution, keep your head on a swivel, and just be prepared for whatever might be thrown at you because, you know, when you're on a boat, you're always on the edge of something going bad really quick.
The Maryland Department of Natural Resources has declared this holiday weekend Operation Dry Water.
Now, they're urging everyone to be responsible while you're out on the water and make sure you have a sober skipper or at least one other person on the boat that knows how to operate the vessel in the event your skipper is injured.
Now, in 2022, the DNR found 50 cases of people operating boats while under the influence and issued 127 citations. You can read more about boating safety under the Maryland DNR website.
Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found in the wake of Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, a professor weighs in on the message his absence is sending to Baltimore.
As we dive into the laws that failed to pass in Annapolis, some say would hold firearm offenders accountable and reduce gun violence.
As we're walking into the 4th, we're talking about numbers today that are not going to be too bad and hopefully holding off those storms so the fireworks come from actual fireworks and not from Mother Nature.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It's 7 o'clock on this Tuesday, the 4th of July. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get right on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because there's a whole bunch going on today. I mean, starting at 10.
On the dot, I'm in my drop top. That was Usher. Yeah. It's 7 o'clock on the dot right now. But we're not singing Usher this morning. We're talking about
parades, weather.
We're ushering in some good weather.
Oh, there you go, Tom.
I love that. Beautiful shot. Federal Hill is right there. A lot of people call it Fed Hill, but it's called Federal Hill. And of course, that flag is not doing much. Now, we had some wind damage yesterday. A lot of you saw some trees that were down on houses, on streets, and that was from those strong storms that rolled through. But calm conditions right now as you enjoy your coffee and breakfast with us next couple of hours. Mid to upper 70s and lower 80s through about 10 o'clock this morning. And we'll top out in the lower 90s today. It's going to be another warm and even hot and muggy afternoon. We do have the potential of a couple of pop-up storms, and here's a look at your fireworks cast for tonight. Right there on the big screen, we're talking about numbers in the lower 80s through 8 p.m., 80 by 9 p.m., looking to stay dry. So any of the storms we get today should be all done by the time we get to the fireworks. We need to add a sound effect to this. All right, we'll have more for you coming up in just a few minutes. My full Weather Authority forecast in just a bit.
We won't stop until we find those responsible and hold them accountable. We won't. With that said, we need the help of our residents and anyone that knows anything to come forward and say something.
Turning now to a city in crisis, we continue to cover all angles of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore that left 2 people dead and 28 others injured.
Now, Aaliyah Gonzalez, 18 years old, 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi, those are the 2 victims that were killed in this shooting.
According to Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, ballistic evidence indicates there were multiple firearms used in that shooting.
Police are now trying to identify the individuals they want to speak with, which includes the people you see here on your screen. This video is posted to social media, and in it you can see a young person taking a gun out of a backpack. Police say that anyone with a weapon at this party is a suspect until proven otherwise. As of now, motive is not clear for this shooting, and it's also not clear if the victims were targeted. Now the grandmother of one of the gun death victims is speaking to Fox 45, furious at what happened.
If they had police presence, even 2 cars, even 2 police cars, if they were there, I'm almost certain this wouldn't happen. Whoever in charge of the police force dropped the ball and they're making excuses, and I'm not buying it. It's like a bad dream. We're not doing good. Because you'll never be the same. A piece of us gone. A very precious part of us is missing.
Now, as the investigation continues, still many questions surrounding the incident, like why police were not aware of that major block party, even though Safe Streets employees were there hours prior to the shooting. And why hasn't Governor Wes Moore visited the Brooklyn Homes community to speak on this tragedy in person? The governor is set to be in Baltimore today to celebrate the 4th of July, but it's not scheduled to visit the community impacted by such a brazen act of violence. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the concerns surrounding how Governor Moore and other leaders were able to handle this situation. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, other than sending a statement, Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, here at Baltimore Police Headquarters, they're busy desperately trying to find the suspects responsible for Sunday's mass shooting. The shooting left 28 people injured and took the lives of 2, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi. Fox 45 News spoke with a woman who says she is Fagbemi's family friend, too emotional to be shown on camera.
My mom woke me up 4-something in the morning when I was asleep, saying that he was gone. I was like, what you mean he's gone? I was just with them. I was crying. I was devastated.
Well, loved ones in the community are mourning in the wake of Maryland's largest city suffering its largest mass shooting in recent history. Governor Moore is nowhere to be found. The governor did send a statement in the hours following the shooting, but hasn't been to the scene in person. Meanwhile, 2 weeks prior, after a mass shooting in Annapolis, Governor Moore attended a press conference in person the next day. The governor will be in Baltimore today for a 4th of July celebration in Cherry Hill. But as far as we're aware, he has no plans to stop in Brooklyn. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says Moore's absence speaks volumes.
When the governor hears that the worst violence in Baltimore, perhaps in its history, has occurred, and he chooses not to go to visit the site of the violence, it's a communication that it's not so important.
Now, Vatz says it's not too late for Moore to come in person, but that he really should have been here by now. And of course, anyone with information about the shooting is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, Baltimore police say they did not know the Brooklyn party was happening, and despite Safe Streets workers being there earlier in the day, Acting Commissioner Worley says he did not find out about the event until the day of, and they didn't have enough time to put a plan in place. Interim Monty Director Stephanie Marvonis says earlier in that day, the Safe Streets staff that were in attendance de-escalated 3 to 4 conflicts at the party. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed city leaders on where this miscommunication happened.
Is it part of the Safe Streets protocol to relay that information to BPD if there is a potential threat that's possible at a large gathering like this?
I don't know that Safe Streets would relay that. I would say there is some level of communication about any incidents that are outside of their purview.
If BPD didn't know about this, but Safe Streets did, is that a breakdown in communication within the mayor's office and city government?
Again, Mackenzie, I'll just say this. We know that folks want to make narratives about this situation. The reality is that this is an action of a few who decided to shoot people. Safe Streets was not there, as you heard, when it happened.
The commissioner says BPD is looking into the union's claims that 7 officers were on duty this police district over the weekend, and Acting Commissioner Worley says staffing just was not the issue here, adding he could have created a staffing plan to put more officers out there. But again, review is underway right now to figure out what went wrong, as the city council plans to hold a hearing next week.
Following this mass shooting, many eyes now turning to Annapolis and the laws that may have helped to prevent this act of brazen violence. During this year's legislative session in Annapolis, Democratic lawmakers spent time passing Senate Bill 1, which placed limits on legal gun ownership in Maryland.
I would hope that the public would look at that and see and know legal gun owners are not the problem. This is a problem with illegal gun ownership. That young boy who pulled that handgun out of a bag is illegal on so many fronts.
Now, during the same legislative session, Republicans introduced the Violent Firearms Offender Act. That legislation never made it out of committee. Maryland Senate President Bill Ferguson says he does not think more laws would have helped prevent this mass shooting.
What I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
In the meantime, Mayor Brandon Scott says Maryland lawmakers have passed some of the strictest gun laws in the country and is instead blaming Congress for not preventing mass shootings across the country.
Talking about a country where it is easier for a 14-year-old kid to order pieces together to put a gun together and go out and use it in commitments of a crime than it is for me to get Claritin D from CVS. That's what we should be talking about every day in this country until those folks take action.
As we previously mentioned, right now there's a $28,000 reward that's now being offered for any information that leads to an arrest in Sunday's mass shooting. That brings us to our question of the day. Should Governor Wes Moore call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, 93% of voters say yes. We want you to join the conversation. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
7:09, 4th of July is off to a violent start this morning. Overnight, multiple people were killed in a mass shooting in Philadelphia. The suspect now in custody.
Let's get right on over to Shannon Lilly with the very latest this morning. Shannon.
Starting this morning, guys, with a live look over Philadelphia as we are now learning a fifth victim has been found dead after a gunman went on this rampage through the southwestern part of the city. In total, 7 people were shot. Let's get you to video of the scene now. Police say the shooter wore a bulletproof vest. He appears to have targeted random victims over the course of several city blocks, and he was heavily armed.
This male was wearing a bulletproof vest with multiple magazines in the vest. He also had a scanner and an AR-style rifle and a handgun underneath his body.
Now, we do expect to learn more about who the shooter is today. Police only saying that he's a 40-year-old man. There's no motive yet in the killings. As for the victims, police initially announcing 4 were killed, ranging in age from 20 to 59. Early this morning, though, police found a 5th victim killed in that same King-Sessing neighborhood. In addition, 2 children are hospitalized after being shot. They are just 2 and 13 years old, both thankfully in stable condition. Again, we do expect to learn more about the shooter today. Police say a second person who investigators believe picked up a gun and returned fire was also taken into custody following the incident. And of course, with July 4th festivities planned in cities across the country tonight, many are taking extra precautions to keep people safe. But again, we are working to get you more information out of Philadelphia, and we'll do that and bring you that information right here at the Live Center.
All right, let's get another check of your forecast. Meteorologist Dustin Chambers, what's it like outside right now? Because things are getting underway in just a few hours here.
Yeah, exactly right. I was just out there at the grill a little while ago, and feels pretty nice. It's a little bit muggy. Definitely a lot of moisture left over from all of that rain that we saw yesterday and last night. And you can kind of see that haze that's out there over 695. The roads are pretty empty. There's not a lot happening right now because obviously a holiday and folks taking it easy. 60s in western Maryland, but most of us are in the low to mid 70s along the Chesapeake at this time. So your yard and gardening cast, hopefully you got some good rain. Probably won't need to water today. Back into the lower 90s as we head toward the afternoon. The heat and the humidity is what we'll be talking about for the day today, and the potential still for a pop-up thunderstorm, which we'll take a closer look at coming up.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Promises to improve education in Baltimore County schools. The new superintendent, her first conference as Project Baltimore, questions how she brings transparency and change the district.
Plus, if you have some last-minute errands to run, don't worry. We'll tell you which stores are open for business this Independence Day. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15, and with more than 120 entries, the Dundalk 4th of July Parade is one of the biggest held in our state every year, and the day of events starts off with participants lining up right now at 7:15, and that's where we find our next guest. I'm Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski. Good morning, Executive.
Hey, good morning, Tom. Live from Dundalk Post 38 this morning. How are you?
Hey, doing really well. Perfect weather for an early morning parade. I know it starts in about an hour, but there's so much that goes on behind the scene. You've been participating in this, 89 years. Now, you haven't been participating that long, but you've been participating in a lot of these parades for Dundalk's parade. How many times and what kind of participation do you do?
I got to tell you, I've been doing this more times than I can count. I started as a little kid with Little League parades and some other issues, and then later as a state delegate, then as a community member, now as county executive. So I've been doing this pretty much my entire life, certainly my entire adult life. It really is a production. I want to thank all the volunteers and folks who put all the effort into making today possible.
It's unbelievably quiet right now. I know this parade is loud. Everyone's clapping, cheering. It gets you really kind of motivated here. Starting off Logan Village, where you are, meandering through the neighborhood of Dundalk to the elementary school in Dundalk Park. At one point, though, it hits Liberty Way, which is kind of fitting for this morning.
Absolutely. It's a good brisk walk for the morning. Fortunately, we kick things off here. It's a little bit cooler, but I know as the day progresses and we hit the other parades throughout Baltimore County, we'll be at all four. Things will warm up, but always a great reception, always a great crowd here in Dundalk.
I was going to ask you how many parades you're doing today.
Yeah, so we've got four. We're going to start in Dundalk, then make our way up to Towson, over to Arbutus, and then we're going to finish up in Catonsville. I know that Kingsville and Hereford also have had parades and fireworks, so really a full day and a full weekend here for the July 4th and for America's birthday.
That's a lot of walking for you, and you're not a small guy, you know, you stand pretty tall there. So how do you keep the energy up? Do you reach for a burger? Do you reach for a dog? What do you go for?
So I definitely track my steps. We start the day with a big cup of coffee, and then throughout the day we'll stop at DePaulo's over in Arbutus to get a nice Johnny O burger. They have on the menu there before that parade, and then maybe an energy drink. I don't normally drink those, but just stay caffeinated, stay hydrated for sure.
Yes.
Lots of water, and really it's the crowd and the volunteers that keep us going most of the day.
Oh, what a great way to start off your morning here. So tell me one last question for you there. What's the biggest thing, when any parade that you see, what's the thing you look forward to the most? Is it the marching bands? I mean, you've got horses, goats in this one. You've got a lot of politicians there, a lot of kids walking around. What's the one that you look for the most in a parade and go, oh, this is the best part of the parade?
Yeah, for participants, I love the marching bands, and then for me, the thing I look forward to is just interacting with the people and saying hi, something that we all should be able to rally around. The birth of our country, our freedoms, something that cuts across partisan divides, area, geographic, that, it's exciting to just be able to celebrate our nation's independence with everybody.
All right, well, we've held you up long enough. I know you're very busy with just 1 out of 4 parades today. So Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, thank you so much for giving us a couple minutes of your time, and happy 4th of July.
My pleasure. Happy 4th, everybody. Enjoy the day. Be safe. Thanks.
Thanks. For those looking to run some last-minute errands, some businesses will keep their doors open for the 4th. Grocery stores like Walmart, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, along with retailers like Best Buy and Dollar General, plus Macy's, they'll all be open today. But if you're looking to head to the bank or ship something out to your loved ones, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, since most banks and post offices are closed today for the federal holiday. We love seeing how you are celebrating this Independence Day. Here's one photo that we chose from the viewers that sent in. Pam from Rosedale sent us this picture of her dog, Augie, and the patriotic duck sitting out in the front yard. So why not decorate the duck if you have one?
And thanks to Casey from Boley's for sending Boley's Quarter. She sent us this picture of Madeline, who's celebrating her first birthday on the 4th of July. She's sporting that red, white, and blue tiara, enjoying some cake. Okay, I think maybe the cake will enjoy her. Look at that.
Oh,
so
perfect
adorable.
way to start off the morning, right? Just going first time. It looks like she's about to dump the cake over, though.
It's over. Else. It's over. That cake's done.
We want to see how you're celebrating the 4th. Share your pictures, your videos, right with us at FOX45. Scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload all those pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
All right, let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. I mean, we just heard Dundalk parade starts in like an hour, so everything's looking on up for us, right?
I'm just disappointed that Tom didn't ask Johnny O if he's going to go to Dundalk Sushi.
No, I did not. He was busy. He was Arbutus. He said he's going to Arbutus parade, and he's got to pick up a Johnny O burger.
I know, but come on, Dundalk Seafood, it's right there. Hopefully they're open today. I mean, there's nothing more sushi, more American than sushi, right? Oh my gosh, I was just thinking about that and getting excited. You know what? We got a grill. It's fired up outside right now, and I believe we're going to be back out there sometime a little bit later this hour. So excited about that. Some grilling tips. A great day to fire up the grill, enjoy some time with family and friends, all the great festivities to celebrate the birth of our great nation. Now, we are starting off dry, and Johnny O talked about how it is a little bit on the cooler side this morning, but we're already going to be to 75 next hour on your Independence Day, and we'll get to 90 by about noon. So it's going to be heating up as we head toward the day, and we do have the potential of some isolated pop-up thunderstorms. We're talking after about 2, 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. Very typical summer-like weather pattern with dew point temperatures that stay in the 70s, and this dew point trend makes those feels like numbers in the heat index in the mid-90s. So that's what it will feel like for later this afternoon, and we're going to keep those 90s feeling like throughout most of the week today, or most of the week this week. Marco! Polo. Marco! Polo. Where's Mu Yi? She always does the polo part. All right, your splashcast today, lower 80s by 10 a.m. If you do want to jump in the pool, UV index in that high category. And again, some of those storms possible this afternoon. Mid to upper 80s and lower 90s for your highs today. 91 in D.C. Heading down the ocean, not a bad day there. 87 in Ocean City, 93 in Richmond. Good day to grill. And here's your grill cast, the dripping meat cast, as I like to call it. And again, later in the afternoon, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, just watch for some isolated pop-up thunderstorms. But you should be good to go to get that grill fired up and ready for the 4th. Now, as I mentioned, numbers stay in the lower 90s for the next couple of days on your 7-day forecast. It will feel more like the mid-90s with the heat and humidity. By Saturday and Sunday, we actually will see a little bit of a cool down. Numbers drop to the upper 80s with a better chance for a few more pop-up storms.
Well, in case your grill isn't already fired up because you weren't listening to Justin, we are cooking up a feast here at Fox 45. In our next half hour, get some pro tips on your Independence Day cookout.
Yeah, apparently some mixed drinks. All right. Who gets to go out on the next segment?
That's a good question.
Oh, Justin gets to. All right. Gas prices are so low in Maryland today, it's normally illegal where you can get gas for under $2 a gallon. And I'll give you a hint, $1.77 for a reason, right? You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
stock futures are trending upward this morning following a shortened trading day. Monday's Dow rose 10 points, the S&P inched up 5, and the Nasdaq put up 28 points.
Now, the Fed has raised rates several times this year, putting the terminal rate above 5%. Investors hope that will be the end of it, but that remains to be seen.
AAA reporting the average cost for a gallon of gas in the U.S. is at $3.53. Now, that's 3 cents less than it was a week ago and 2 cents less than it was a month ago.
In Maryland, the average cost for a gallon of gas sits just below the national average, $3.51. It's 5 cents higher than a week ago, 7 cents higher than a month ago. Happening today, though, Sheetz will be reducing their gas prices. They already have. I called them across the Mid-Atlantic, and the one that we know of on Pulaski Highway, 601 Pulaski Highway, right at Joppa and Pulaski, is $1.77, 6 cents per gallon. That's $17.76 for Independence Day.
That's right. We previously covered Sheetz promotions where they skipped Maryland over Thanksgiving due to a Maryland law preventing the sale of gasoline below cost.
An exception is carved out for charitable promotions. So the chain is pledging not only just charging you $1.77, but then 10 cents a gallon, all Maryland locations, to the state's Special Olympics chapter.
Hot and humid today, but isolated thunderstorms. Will they ruin your chance of seeing those fireworks? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the storms ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
After the break, Project Baltimore questioning Baltimore County's new school superintendent. Chris Pabbs presses her on whether she'll work to improve transparency. 7:27 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you on this Tuesday, July 4th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. What a great day if you're headed out to a parade. Dundalk parade starting in about 45 minutes here. So that's first of a lot of them around
And
here.
Baltimore's at 10:30. I mean, the weather's holding up great, at least That's what meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know.
Yeah, this morning it's not going to be too bad, guys. I mean, we're talking about numbers that are a little bit warm for the afternoon, but right now it's not too bad. You can see some of that haze kind of hanging around, the leftover moisture from all of the rain we saw yesterday and those strong thunderstorms. A lot calmer, and it does look to stay that way through a good portion of the day today. Low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City, 73 Rosedale. We're at 76 in Dundalk. That's fitting, right? 1776, and it's 76 degrees right before the 4th of July parade. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours if you want to get that stuff in before you enjoy your festivities today. Mid to upper 70s, a bit on the mild side. We'll talk about the lower 90s today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Heat and humidity, it's going to make it feel warmer than that, and we do have the potential for an isolated thunderstorm, especially later this afternoon. So that could impact at least some of your plans. We'll take you through that hour by hour coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Lens Stoller Traffic Network. And we are happy to report there is nothing really happening in our region right now. Nothing to report in terms of accidents or incidents. As we check out your JFX drive times, it could take you about 8 minutes just to get from the top of JFX down to President Street, so you're looking good. Falling graduation rates, plummeting test scores, and declining enrollment.
Can Dr. Miriam Yarbrough, Baltimore County's public schools new superintendent, improve the district?
Yarbrough began her career as a Baltimore County teacher in 1996 and later became principal in Montgomery County. Since 2020, she's been the deputy superintendent in Baltimore County, working under Dr. Darrell Williams, whom she replaced as superintendent.
Now, to kick off her tenure, Dr. Yarbrough hosted a presentation to share her vision for the future. She said that she will focus on academic achievement, school safety, and recruiting highly effective teachers.
Our core purpose is centered on increasing achievement for all students. We are here to provide a variety of pathways to prepare students for college and careers. Delivering on this commitment means prioritizing resources, investments, and supports in the most critical areas now to ensure success moving forward.
Now, Yarbrough is inheriting a school system that's facing many challenges, like we just mentioned, the enrollment and test scores and graduation rates. And they've been facing these issues for years now. But one of the biggest concerns we heard from parents and taxpayers is a lack of transparency from school leaders.
And Project Baltimore's Chris Papps went to a news conference where he asked the new superintendent if she will make herself accessible to parents and the media.
Nearly 4 years ago to the day, July 1st, 2019.
Put this right here.
Former Baltimore County Public Schools Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams' first day on the job. And Project Baltimore asked him this question.
And as far as the media is concerned, you will make yourself available?
I will make myself available. I'll make sure our cabinet members, if I'm not, that we have a spokesperson on behalf of the superintendent.
But that interview with Dr. Williams was the only interview in 4 years that he granted Project Baltimore.
Good morning, everyone.
So on Monday, on Dr. Miriam Yarbrough's first day as BCPS's new superintendent, we asked the same question.
One of the issues that we face in the media is having a hard time getting interviews, getting in front of people, asking questions on behalf of parents. Concerning transparency, do you believe in transparency, and will you make yourself available to the media when issues do arise?
Before we show you Dr. Yarbrough's answer, let's take a look back. Over the past 4 years, BCPS has struggled with the public trust as Project Baltimore investigations have exposed some significant issues in county schools, issues that parents, taxpayers, even lawmakers wanted the administration to address.
Hopefully, those who made this gruesome error will be held accountable.
In January 2020, Project Baltimore first reported on Santino Sudano, a 21-year-old convicted sex offender who was attending Parkville High School when he sexually assaulted 2 more girls, both Baltimore County students.
They knew he was a predator, and they still let him come around the school and be around underage kids. Like, what did they think was going to happen?
Registered sex offenders enter into school property.
As a result of our reporting, state lawmakers passed a new law banning sex offenders from attending class in public schools.
That's horrible. That's so many lives in danger.
In 2022, we exposed that 145 county school buses with broken parts were passing inspection and carrying students. We also shared concerns from BCPS school bus drivers, including this former driver who says she quit due to student violence on the bus. She feared for her safety.
I quit because I'm worth way more than that. It wasn't worth it. For my mental health, it wasn't worth it.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Officer Thomas.
This mother told Project Baltimore about the privacy concerns online learning created for her family during the COVID shutdowns.
That's it.
Yes, sir. This is it.
Courtney Lancaster said police were called to search her son's bedroom after someone spotted his collection of BB guns during a virtual class.
I felt violated as a parent for my child who's standing there with police officers in his room, as just to see the fear on his face.
This is mold. This is all mold.
We told the story of this former teacher who said the mold in her school made her sick. We teamed up with the Gunpowder Gazette to expose how BCPS shredded financial documents during a financial audit in direct violation of a school board directive.
If I don't live here, then where do I live? Where do I live?
And we helped this fourth grader return to class after she was kicked out of school because the district thought she was using a false address to enroll, which she wasn't.
I will make myself available.
For each of these stories, Dr. Williams never made himself available for an interview, even though he said he would. Instead, his office sent us written statements that often did not answer our questions, which brings us back to Dr. Yarbrough.
Do you believe in transparency, and will you make yourself available to the media when issues do arise?
So I absolutely believe in transparency. I believe in moving forward with sharing information as it comes. There are going to be planned opportunities throughout for the media, just like today. And when we do have difficult challenges that come forward, we certainly will be sharing that information with the community. I believe in making myself available, like today, and there will be more opportunities to come.
Will Dr. Yarbrough follow through? Her contract is for 4 years. We'll find out. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
He responded in Annapolis, but we've yet to see him here in Baltimore. Why some critics are saying the governor should be here in the aftermath of the tragedy.
French police on high alert following violent protests over the deadly police shooting of a teen. Just ahead, I'll have a closer look at tensions in the country from the Live Center.
Oh, and we're looking ahead to a hot and humid afternoon for the 4th. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, tracking our forecast and see if we see more storms headed our way. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
French police are still on high alert this morning following a violent protest over the deadly police shooting of a teen.
Shannon Lilly is in our live center now with the latest. Shannon.
Well, we are starting, guys, with a live look over the Eiffel Tower in Paris this morning. We are learning that tensions are beginning to ease in France as a whole as the country enters a second week of violent protests. Remember, these protests are all stemming from the police-involved killing of a teenager. And right now you're looking at images of just some of the chaos that followed. In total, police have arrested more than 3,300 people. They've seen hundreds of attacks on law enforcement premises and officials. In fact, more than 720 law enforcement officials have been injured just so far. And of course, there was that attack on the mayor of a Paris suburb early Sunday morning. Looking at the hundreds who turned out in a march of solidarity yesterday, this was all for that mayor. His wife and one of his children were hurt in that attack. He said rioters rammed his home with a car and set it on fire, even calling it an assassination attempt. Meanwhile, a fundraiser for the officer who shot and killed that 17-year-old has topped more than $1 million. That officer right now is charged with murder and is being held in jail without bail. That's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor.
Our coverage continues from this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore. The suspects and the search for them, as police weren't on the scene beforehand like years past.
Plus, how city leaders are responding to the worst mass shooting in recent memory in Baltimore. 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
My concern is, where was the breakdown of communication between HABC, Housing Authority, who should have known about this block party? If it was on the street and the police heard about it earlier, why weren't they out there?
We won't stop until we find those responsible and hold them accountable. We won't. With that said, we need the help of our residents and anyone that knows anything to come forward and say something.
2 people are dead, 28 others injured following a mass shooting in Brooklyn on Sunday. Joining us live this morning, Folsom Group Crisis Leader Management expert Rob Weinhold. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. I want to jump right into the response to this mass shooting and what we've seen from the city. Right now, a lot of people are grieving. A lot of people are hurt. But we did just hear that there was an interaction between some Safe Streets leaders who work with the city's gun violence prevention program. And there was some issues previously in the day. And there was no mechanism to allow them to inform police. Some people are wondering if there was a breakdown in communication. What do you say city leaders should say now to address this breakdown?
Well, you're exactly right. This is a horrible incident, a loss of life, and frankly, trauma that will last for generations. And so all hands on deck here for sure. Who knew what and when? Those will be the central questions. Was there a breakdown between Safe Streets and notifying the police department? Did the police department know about it, not escalate through the reporting stream to make sure that law enforcement officials were there? All of that remains to be seen. But during a crisis such as this, and by the way, it's not just Baltimore. There's a crisis in Baltimore. It affects Maryland. There was a mass shooting in Philadelphia, one in Fort Worth overnight as well. But there has to be some awareness as to who knew what, when, and to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future. And what people want to see out of their leaders is they want to see consistency in demeanor. I've never seen a lack of composure make a situation better, ever. They want to see people own their space. So if you work for a government agency or the police department or some other entity that impacts the criminal justice system, consumers want to see people own their space and perform at the level that they're expected to perform. And by the way, communicate transparently and honestly in the aftermath here.
That's right. And Mayor Brandon Scott and Acting Commissioner Worley spoke to members of the Brooklyn Homes community the night of, and they've continued to be present in the days since. Is there anything in his message that stood out to you with respect to the societal issues he brought up? You know, he mentioned, as you said, mass shootings are happening across our country as we speak this morning. We've reported at least 3. Can you tell me, is his response what we need to see as a community that's still hurting from this?
Well, there's a concept in the crisis leadership world called the essence of presence. The mayor has been present here. He's been out in front. He has expressed his concern on so many different levels. I don't think anyone certainly doesn't want this to happen. Right. And so the mayor, I think, has been out in front and has done a good job in that respect. But again, everyone needs to focus on their lane. The police department can't be distracted by everyone having an opinion about what happened. They need to do their job and make sure that they bring these suspects to justice, right? And you can be certain that local, state, and federal authorities are working together relentlessly to make that happen. And so the mayor certainly has to be sure that that's occurring, plus that the city agencies are going down to the community and working with other communities to try to address this trauma, which again will be generational.
All right. Well, we'll continue to follow this story. Thank you so much, Rob Weinhold, for joining us this morning.
My pleasure.
All right. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers this morning with a look at our 4th of July forecast here.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor, and good morning to all of you as well. Looking pretty nice out over the inner harbor, mainly calm conditions right now. You can see a lot of sunshine, not nearly as wild as that weather was last night, where we saw those showers and storms that rolled through the area. That's why we were weather alert yesterday, and perfect that we were weather alert because we had a lot of those strong and severe thunderstorms, even tornado warnings popping up in Talbot County yesterday evening. But as for now, our temperature right at 74 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No real wind to speak of. The humidity at 94%. That's because the dew point temps still hanging out in those lower 70s. So you definitely feel that mugginess out there. And as we heat up this afternoon, that muggy meter sliding into that gross category because we will stay muggy on your 4th. So for your Independence Day, next hour already to the mid 70s, lower 90s through noontime, and we'll see those lower 90s continue into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour. And notice you have the little icon with the thunderstorm graphic there. So we still have that potential of an isolated pop-up thunderstorm later into the afternoon. But overall, not a bad day to fly today. Pilots, VFR, a little bit breezy, so visual flight rules, and that VCSH means vicinity showers, maybe a pop-up thunderstorm as well. Just make sure to check those METARs and TAFs before you head up into the sky. Mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon. Over to Westminster, the Hereford zone, 87 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 86 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 80s and lower 90s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 88 in Annapolis for this afternoon. Good day to fire up the grill. We're talking about lower 90s in that 4, 5, and 6 o'clock hour. But again, again, you do have that potential of an isolated thunderstorm as well. And right now, it looks like the fireworks are going to go off without a hitch. Temperatures in the lower 80s by 8 p.m. and basically staying kind of warm and muggy. But it looks like any of the activity that we have, if we do get an isolated thunderstorm, is going to be all done by the time we get to fireworks time. This is our future scan. Look at this. Not nearly as much of those green blobs that we were looking at yesterday. And as that frontal boundary is pushed to the east of us by 9 p.m., we do expect to dry out. Now, Wednesday and Thursday, very similar weather pattern. Going to stay a little bit drier, not as much in the way of thunderstorm coverage, but just that stray pop-up storm is what we're looking for each afternoon. Quick update on your holiday countdown. Of course, today is Independence Day, but now we're inside of 9 weeks to Labor Day. That Ravens home opener less than 70 days away, and the autumnal equinox and my pumpkin spice lattes just 81 days from right now. Although, I think this year I'm going to get a PSL on meteorological autumn, which is September 1, just to let everybody know. I know Tom was worried about that. So lower 90s here as we take you through the rest of the week, and then we'll see those upper 80s. So a little bit cooler as we head into the weekend. And I get to go outside and grill.
Stick with Fox 45 Morning News as we continue to celebrate Independence Day. In our 9 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by a special group of musicians for some patriotic hymns.
And you just heard him talking about it. He's trading in weather clicker for spatula. Up next, meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's heading outside and will give us some 4th of July grilling tips. He won't be. He'll be getting it from the pros. Don't worry.
And you know what goes good with your ribs?
What's that? Oh, a little dry coffee rub on top.
Ah, you're good. You're good.
You can do that.
It's time for a coffee break.
No matter which way you take it. $7:55, and you know it. It is the 4th of July, and you know what that means.
It means we're grilling all morning long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is getting some grilling tips from the pros out there with the Blue Ridge Restaurant Group. What are you learning, Justin, more than just smelling the food?
It smells amazing out here, Taylor and Tom. I mean, we're grilling up. We're talking about ribs. We're talking about salmon. Brian's doing some steak stuff. But, you know, you got to grill, but you also have to have maybe some beverages. And we have Justine Bergendale here. Now, you are the general manager of Stanford Grill, which is all part of our group here. And you're going to make some drinks for us, right?
Sure, absolutely.
What goes well and is the best thing you have for the 4th of July?
What you like, what you prefer. I like to go with seasonal fruits.
I like vodka.
Well, I mean, there you go. I've got tequila going here.
That's fine. So talk real quickly. Show us about this tequila drink and what you're making.
Sure. So what I've got for you this morning is a watermelon jalapeno margarita.
What?
So it's jalapeno agave syrup, some reposado tequila, fresh watermelon juice, jalapenos.
Can we hear the shake?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Come on, widen out, Megan. You got to see her doing the shake thing in the sun. We're doing the grill. Now, what was special about the watermelon? Because the watermelon, how does it pair with that tequila and the taste?
It just kind of balances out the spiciness. And it's nice that you don't get too sweet with the watermelon or too spicy with the jalapeno. So it just gives it a little something extra, a little kick.
A little kick. You say Stanford Grill in Columbia, right? That's one of the places?
Yes, sir. That's correct. Stanford Grill is in Columbia and our location in Rockville as well.
Okay, very good. We have more. We're going to be out here all morning. Hopefully we'll get some more meat with Brian back there and all the fun on the 4th of July. Back to you.
Now, years past, the anchors used to go out there and do it. And now, how did the meteorologists get to go out there and hang out with all the food and the drink? What happened?
Yeah. What are you listening for? How did you? Oh, you're hearing in your ear.
He doesn't even hear us.
All right. Okay. Well, a mild morning. We're looking ahead, though, to a hot and humid afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is coming back in from the grill. And once he cools off, he'll have your full weather authority forecast.
Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found in the wake of Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, the professor weighs in on the message his absence is sending to Baltimore. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you for waking up with us on this 4th of July. It is a Tuesday morning. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and it's a full day across our region.
It is, and there's something that our meteorologist dropped off for you.
Blue Ridge Restaurant Group, they're outside, and I said, I would like that it has my name on it, and Justin literally put my name on it.
I did.
He walked around the corner.
And walked around the corner with it.
Yeah.
And it has like a little jalapeno kick in it. I haven't tried it, but
bosses, we're waiting here, but
in a little bit, maybe 9 o'clock, right?
Commercial break.
Okay.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 4th of July,
right
man.
Now it's 5 o'clock, I believe, in Qatar, so I think that counts. So, good morning to all of you in Towson. You can see the flag flapping around here. I hope you're enjoying your 4th of July morning with us. Overall, it is already warm and muggy. I can attest to that. I was just outside the grill and definitely feeling that heat and humidity. There's Hank the bird. Yeah, he's enjoying things. Your bird is a word cast with lower 80s next hour. We're going to be by 90 by about noon, and into the lower 90s in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for this afternoon. And we still have the potential for a couple of pop-up thunderstorms, isolated at best later today, but definitely the muggy and warm conditions stay with us. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through that hour-by-hour future scan, let you know if those storms could impact you.
We're just like on adrenaline right now, because we hardly eat. We cry a lot. It's like a bad dream. We're not doing good.
The grandmother of a recent high school graduate who was killed in this weekend's mass shooting is speaking to FOX45 about the tragedy, saying it could have been and should have been prevented. 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez died in that shooting along with 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi.
Now, this morning, we continue our coverage on all angles of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore, injuring 28 others.
Now, according to Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, ballistic evidence indicates there were multiple firearms used in this incident.
Right now, our detectives are still working through interviewing every one of the victims. We will continue to pursue any leads, so that's why we need the help from the community, because we have only touched some of the video that's out there.
Now, this young person seen here on social media taking a gun out of a backpack is one of the people investigators are looking to speak to. Right now, police say that anyone with a weapon at the party is a suspect until proven otherwise.
This mass shooting has more victims than any other in recent history here in the city. And now Baltimore community members are demanding some answers. Among them, former Mayor Sheila Dixon, who spoke with us Monday afternoon.
I'm praying for all the families, but you know, there's questions and there's blames, and we can point the finger. And, you know, my concern is, where was the breakdown of communication between HABC, Housing Authority, who should have known about this block party? If it was on the street and the police heard about it earlier, why weren't they out there once they heard? Safe Streets, who was there? Maybe they won't call the police, but they should have called Muncie. So that Muncie then would have called the police, since Safe Streets doesn't deal directly with the police. But something could have been done.
As the investigation continues, still many questions surrounding the mass shooting. This includes the motive, where the victims were targeted, why police were not aware of the party despite Safe Streets employees being there, as you just heard, and why has Governor Wes Moore not visited the Brooklyn Homes community to speak on this tragedy in person. The governor is set to be in Baltimore today celebrating the 4th of July, but is not scheduled to visit that community impacted by such a brazen act of violence. Olivia Dan is joining us live this morning with the concern surrounding how Governor Moore and other leaders handle the violence in Baltimore. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, other than sending a statement, Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, here at Baltimore Police Headquarters, they're busy desperately trying to find the suspects responsible for Sunday's mass shooting. The shooting left 28 people injured and took the lives of two, 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi. Fox 45 News spoke with a woman who says she is Fagbemi's family friend, too emotional to be shown on camera.
My mom woke me up 4-something in the morning when I was asleep, saying that he was gone. I was like, what you mean he's gone? I was just with them. I was crying. I was devastated.
Well, loved ones in the community are mourning in the wake of Maryland's largest city suffering its largest mass shooting in recent history. Governor Moore is nowhere to be found. The governor did send a statement in the hours following the shooting, but hasn't been to the scene in person. Meanwhile, 2 weeks prior, after a mass shooting in Annapolis, Governor Moore attended a press conference in person the next day. The governor will be in Baltimore today for a 4th of July celebration in Cherry Hill. But as far as we're aware, he has no plans to stop in Brooklyn. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says Moore's absence speaks volumes.
When the governor hears that the worst violence in Baltimore, perhaps in its history, has occurred, and he chooses not to go to visit the site of the violence, it's a communication that it's not so important.
Now, Vatz says it's not too late for Moore to come in person, but that he really should have been here by now. And of course, anyone with information about the mass shooting is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
With large gatherings for the 4th of July around the city today, police are working to make sure residents stay safe. Topping our next half hour, we look at safety efforts from Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, why some residents are still skeptical.
And breaking news, a second mass shooting confirmed overnight in our nation, this one in Fort Worth. It comes as we continue to follow that deadly shooting spree in Philadelphia overnight. I'll have the very latest from our live center coming up.
Switching gears, we're talking about your forecast numbers in the 80s and lower 90s as we head toward the afternoon. So hopefully your yards and gardens got some good water from Mother Nature last night. Back with your full forecast and if there's any more storms in our future coming up.
.09, we're back with some breaking news. Police confirming a second mass shooting happened overnight. This one in Fort Worth neighborhood after an early July 4th celebration. It comes after we've been following a mass shooting in Philadelphia overnight.
That's right. Jenna Lilly in our live center now with the latest on what's happening.
Well, right now, guys, brand new information coming into our newsroom. This report from our sister station that's in Texas. And here's what we know so far. 3 people have been killed in this Fort Worth shooting. 8 more have been injured. At this time, no arrests, but we will get you those updates as soon as they come in. Meanwhile, we are taking a live look over Philadelphia now, as we're now learning a 5th victim has been found dead in a mass shooting here overnight after a gunman went on a rampage through the southwestern part of the city. In total, 7 people were shot. Let's get you to video of the scene now. Police say the shooter wore a bulletproof vest. He appears to have targeted random victims over the course of several city blocks, and he was heavily armed.
This male was wearing a bulletproof vest with multiple magazines in the vest. He also had a scanner and an AR-style rifle and a handgun underneath his body.
Well, that suspect surrendering after police cornered him in an alley. We expect to learn more about who the shooter is today. Police right now only saying he's a 40-year-old man, and there's no motive yet in the killings. As for the victims, police initially announcing 4 were killed, ranging in age from 20 to 59. Early this morning, though, police found a 5th victim killed in the same King Sussing neighborhood. In addition, 2 children are hospitalized after being shot. They are just 2 and 13 years old. Both, thankfully, though, are in stable condition. Again, we do expect to learn more about the shooter today. Police say a second person who investigators believe picked up a gun and returned fire was also taken into custody following the incident. And of course, with 4th of July festivities planned in cities across the country, many are taking extra precautions to keep people safe. But we are working to get more information out of Philadelphia and Fort Worth, and we'll keep you posted right here from the Live Center. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Up next, Baltimore police now claiming they did not know about the Brooklyn Day event and the details around it before this weekend's mass shooting. We sit down with a law enforcement expert to discuss the police presence.
And the latest on the attack in Ukraine as a drone from Russia hits the capital city of Kyiv. Coming up, President Zelensky's plea for international allies. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
The city of Philadelphia now taking over the national spotlight with another mass shooting just a day after Baltimore saw 30 people shot, 2 died, and the shooter or shooters still not caught. Baltimore police now saying they were not told about the Brooklyn Day event and only had 7 officers on patrol in that district at the time. Well, joining us now for this week's Law and Order, former West Virginia police chief and law enforcement expert, Dr. Maury Richards. Maury, this is something that's taking over, and now we're just hearing about one just about an hour ago, also in Fort Worth, another mass shooting that happened there. But in Baltimore, particularly, people have said that we are short by more than 500 officers. Do you think that directly correlates with the mass shooting that happened?
Absolutely, absolutely, Tom. What we have here is a failure in city leadership, and the buck stops with Mayor Scott. His policies have resulted in a shortage of 600 officers, and you just can't police like that. On the day of the event, his Muncie department had Safe Street workers out there. They didn't coordinate with the police. They didn't call the police when they saw the potential for violence. And after this whole thing's over, the mayor has not come out and said that all future public events must have permits. You can't have the police going around on Facebook trying to find where an event is. These events must be organized. They must be set up in advance, and that's how you get safety. But unless you demand these things, it's not going to happen.
Maury, the mayor also has said, competing this and saying this is a federal level, this is not just a local level. He says it's easier for a 14-year-old to kind of piece together and buy a gun online than it is for them to get cleared in D, referencing the point of how difficult it takes. We don't know if there was ghost guns used in this shooting at all. We have no idea about that, but he's still saying it's easier to get guns. He's blaming guns coming into the city. That's his push has been saying he's going to drop homicides 15% every year he's mayor, and also eliminating guns coming in. Now he's pushing it again, saying it's a federal case. How do you hold the mayor accountable then, besides just saying, okay, we need permits for any kind of major party?
Well, everything he's saying is to deflect responsibility from him and his policies. You got to remember, Tom, when he came in as city council president, he led the defund the police movement in Baltimore, and now we're down 600. Not only that, he supported Marilyn Mosby, her pro-criminal policies, and hasn't done anything to push the state legislature to come in with tough laws that put criminals in jail. And these are the things that have led to the problem. For him, to point to Congress is just a way to pass the buck.
Dr. Maury Richards, thank you so much for your expertise. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Well, 8:18 is the time on this holiday this morning. We need to find out exactly what the weather is. Will it hold up, and will it kind of stay warm and muggy for the rest of the day?
That's right. I mean, people are already getting out now for that parade in Dundalk, and meteorologist Justin Chambers is looking at your forecast.
Already heating up, guys. Already warm and muggy out there right now. You can kind of see that humidity from our Towson camera. Nice to get that rain, but it was a lot of rain in a short amount of time. We had flash flood warnings, various trees that have been down across the region from all of those storms, which is why we were weather alert yesterday, and that was definitely warranted. Today, not weather alert, and upper 70s already in Towson. Notice that dew point at 73 degrees. So, yeah, you're going to be sweating in the oldies today, no doubt about that. In fact, our dew point trend, we stay in the 70s for the next couple of days, which means our feels like numbers, or the heat index values, will be in the mid-90s. So temperatures lower 90s, mid-90s for those feels like temperatures. That's what we're talking about as we head into this week. Maybe you want to get out for a round of golf on your day off if you have one. Lower 80s here next hour and 90 by about noontime, sliding into the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We do have the potential of an isolated thunderstorm later this afternoon. So whether you're playing golf or jumping in the pool, just know if those storm clouds start building, you got to make sure to get inside, watch the radar on your FOX45 mobile weather app, and get the sunblock on too. No matter what you're doing outside, it's summertime. That sun angle is high, and that UV index also in that high to very high category for the next couple of days. Temperatures mid-80s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air, 87 in Cockeysville, 92 in Baltimore City, upper 80s in Columbia, close to 90 in Laurel. We should see some lower 90s in D.C. and even down the ocean, looking at temperatures in the upper 80s for Ocean City this afternoon. The good news is it looks, by all accounts, that our weather models are holding up for mainly dry conditions for the fireworks tonight. After 8 o'clock, still temps in the lower 80s, and it's going to be warm and muggy, but it looks like we keep those storms away, even if we do get a few of those pop-up storms for the afternoon. On your MoCast, we have a yellow light today, probably just because that grass is still pretty wet if you got a lot of rain from those storms. Some of you didn't get much, but either way, just be aware of that. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we do dry out nicely, so we've got some green lights going for you as well. 7-day forecast, we keep those 90s all the way through Friday, back to the mid to upper 80s into Saturday and Sunday, with that chance of showers and storms late Friday into Saturday. So another round of some more severe weather possible, but at least some summer thunderstorms coming as we head toward the weekend.
All right, well, let's check your traffic here, the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Everything is moving pretty smooth. 695 inner loop at Halethorpe. There's been an incident, but it's moved to the left shoulder, and this is right near the Hollins Ferry Road exit. But as you can see, cars are still able to move about, and we're all green on those maps.
Another reason to celebrate the 4th of July, the cost of your cookout is down from last year. Coming up, the reason for the drop in prices.
But first, scammers are taking advantage of confusion surrounding federal student loans. We've got some tips to help you avoid falling victim. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. If you have federal student loans, you know about the latest Supreme Court decision and the president's new plan to offer some assistance. Well, scammers know this too, and they might reach out to you trying to take advantage of the confusion around this decision. Reporter Alex Trevino from our affiliate KABB sat down with the FBI to find out how you can avoid falling victim to a scam.
While there are plenty of organizations to help with student debt, there are scammers out there trying to target students, tricking them into thinking they're there to help.
Be aware that
Sometimes there are just spam or people who are trying to steal your information and also your money.
Brenda Diaz, a graduate student at the University of the Incarnate Word, is well aware of how crafty scammers work. Fraudsters posing to represent a debt relief company, blasting out robocalls and texts about helping you with your loans.
I will ask maybe some people if they have received the same information than me.
I would go on Google. It's pretty easy to search a company, find contact information if you think it's something valuable for you, and just reach out directly to them.
The FBI says scammers try to look real with official-looking names, seals, and logos. And the one thing they do best?
Tugging on people's heartstrings, right? And they send money.
Christopher Del Zotto, the special agent in charge at the FBI in San Antonio, says to do your own research of the website or individual who contacted you.
Making sure you're vetting financial advisors, attorneys, accountants that claim to be fiduciaries of your money.
Special Agent Del Zotto says if you fall victim to any kind of online or text scheme, try to report the crime within 72 hours so that the wire transfer can be stopped.
You should do your research first, for sure.
Alex Trevino, News 4, San Antonio.
That's not the only scam you need to watch out for. The IRS is warning about another new scam tricking taxpayers out of their refund. It involves mail-in cardboard envelopes with the IRS masthead. The letter then refers to your unclaimed refund, and it includes a phone number that does not belong to the IRS. Letter asks for your personal information like your bank routing details and uses strange wording and punctuation throughout the letter. You can report scams like this to the Report Phishing and Online Scams page at irs.gov.
Residents have safety concerns about tonight's fireworks show after Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, Baltimore's police commissioner addresses those concerns.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Happy 4th of July. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Tom Rogers. A great day to start out to. In fact, right now, Dundalk Parade is going on. There's cheap gas out there at I think the only sheets that we have in Maryland, $1.77 a gallon.
Wow.
Pulaski Highway, yeah. So make your way over there.
It's a banner day.
Yes.
And you know what? It's also a hot day. That was the first thing I noticed when I stepped outside. It's very muggy out there. It feels like July.
Yeah, and while many of you are off, everyone in England, you have to go to work.
True. I had to rub it in there.
250 years.
Love that shade. Yeah. 247 years later. Like, hey, and you know what? We wrote that song, Francis Scott Key, and we put it to a British tune. There we go.
It's a good one, too.
British James, my friend, will not appreciate that, but it's okay. We love British James. So, all right, let's take a look outside right now. Yeah, it is definitely muggy. Shannon is exactly right. We're just stepping outside a little while ago to do the grilling, and we were talking about the mugginess that we're feeling out there. So, boaters and watermen, ahoy, as you're ready to go out on the water today. That low tide at 3:30 this afternoon. High tide back in at 8:16 this morning. Westerly wind about 5 to 10 knots. Waves about a foot or less. Overall, a pretty nice day to be out there on the water. Just watch for the potential of a couple of pop-up thunderstorms as we head later into the day. We're not quite done with all of those storms yet, but nothing widespread like we saw yesterday. Should still top out in the lower 90s for our highs. Definitely a muggy afternoon, and will feel even warmer than that. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Turning now to a city in crisis, we continue our coverage of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. Police are currently searching for suspects. 2 people were killed, 28 others injured.
And with 15 of the victims being juveniles, many Baltimore residents are now looking to 4th of July festivities happening today and whether police will be able to keep the peace as large crowds are expected to gather.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the efforts from Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, why some residents are still skeptical. Olivia.
Yeah, Shannon and Tom, the fireworks show will start at 9:30 tonight at the Inner Harbor, and thousands are expected to attend. But Sunday's mass shooting has now shaken many people's sense of security.
I don't want to put them in a situation where we have to be running for our lives. I think the violence from that definitely going to have people skeptical with coming out, especially with it being underage kids.
Whether it was this side of town, north, south, east, west, it doesn't matter to me. 4th of July has got to be one of the most annoying holidays.
Some parents admitting they began questioning the city's 4th of July celebration after hearing about the horrific mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes community this weekend, where 2 lost their lives and 28 others were injured. They saw photos and videos of young people pulling guns out of backpacks, photos that looked familiar to the one surfaced at the Inner Harbor, where 2 teens were shot Easter Sunday, just steps away from officers on patrol. But Baltimore Police Commissioner Worley is promising tight controls for the celebration tonight.
You will see multiple officers deployed through several zones around the harbor, as well as officers in the districts working to patrol and keep all those communities safe and anything that may pop up on the 4th of July.
Despite police patrols, there are still concerns, and Fox 45 News spoke with some who decided they aren't going to the celebration at all. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. In that mass shooting Sunday, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley says ballistic evidence indicates there were multiple firearms used in the incident. A video circulating right here on social media appears to show a young boy pulling a gun out of a backpack at the Brooklyn Day block party. Worley says this young suspect is a suspect and that anyone else who had a weapon at the scene will be a suspect as well. But now some eyes are turning to Annapolis and what laws may have helped to prevent this act of brazen violence. Earlier this year, during a legislative session in Annapolis, Democratic lawmakers spent time passing Senate Bill 1, which placed limits on legal gun ownership in Maryland.
I would hope that the public would look at that and see and know legal gun owners are not the problem. This is a problem with illegal gun ownership. That young boy who pulled that handgun out of a bag is illegal on so many fronts.
Now, during the same legislative session, Republicans introducing the Violent Firearms Offender Act, but that legislation never made it out of committee. Maryland Senate President Bill Ferguson says he does not think more laws would have helped prevent the mass shooting.
What I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
In the meantime, Mayor Brandon Scott says Maryland lawmakers have passed some of the strictest gun laws in the country and is instead blaming Congress for not acting to prevent mass shootings nationwide.
Talking about a country where it is easier for a 14-year-old kid to order pieces together to put a gun together and go out and use it in commitments of a crime than it is for me to get Claritin D from CVS. That's what we should be talking about every day in this country until those folks take action.
Well, as we previously mentioned, there is a $28,000 reward being offered for any information that leads to an arrest in that shooting.
If you're planning to watch some fireworks this 4th of July, you might notice one color is missing, particularly from the sky. What makes blue fireworks so rare?
Interesting. And you might want to pack an extra umbrella for your celebrations tonight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your forecast coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.39, making your headlines in Ukraine. Yet another Russian drone strike targeting Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. Ukrainian officials say Sunday's attack on the city was the first in 12 days. Kyiv officials say all the drones were detected and shot down. One person was reportedly injured by falling debris from one of the destroyed drones. As these attacks continue, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that his country is still focused on breaking free from Russia's invasion. Zelensky says he's grateful for all the help the U.S. has provided, but now he is calling on President Biden to invite Ukraine into NATO. Just yesterday, Zelensky and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz spoke on the future security guarantees for Ukraine. Zelensky says it was a, quote, long and fruitful phone call. Meanwhile, Moscow has deployed more than 180,000 troops to two major eastern battlefronts, according to Ukrainian military spokesperson.
French police still on high alert following violent protests over the deadly police shooting of a teen. And we are starting with a live look over the Eiffel Tower in Paris this morning. We are learning that tensions are beginning to ease in France as a whole as the country enters a second week of violent protests. Remember, these protests are all stemming from that police-involved killing of a teenager, and you are looking at images of just some of the chaos that followed. In total, police have arrested more than 3,300 people. They've seen hundreds of attacks on law enforcement premises and officials. In fact, more than 720 law enforcement officials have been injured just so far. And of course, there was also the attack on the mayor of a Paris suburb early Sunday morning. Right here, you see hundreds turning out in a march of solidarity. This was all yesterday, and it's all for that mayor. His wife and one of his children were hurt in that attack. He said rioters rammed his home with a car and set it on fire, even calling it an assassination attempt. Meanwhile, a fundraiser for the officer who shot and killed that 17-year-old has topped more than $1 million. That officer right now is charged with murder and is being held in jail without bail. That's the latest from the Live Center.
All right, taking a look at our Towson camera right now, we do have the mugginess that we're seeing out there, that heat and humidity will be building as we head toward the afternoon. And temperatures today are going to be in the lower 90s. We'll feel more like the mid-90s. So definitely grab the sunglasses and go ahead and have the umbrella just in case, because we still have the potential of a pop-up shower or thunderstorm later today. So yeah, if you're getting your run on or your jog anyway in the next couple of hours, you are going to be sweating already with low to mid 80s coming up. And we'll have a closer look at that full forecast, including the fireworks, in just a few.
Well, all right, Justin, you better head out there because time to get to grill on for the 4th. Up next, Justin Chambers, he's going outside with the Blue Ridge Restaurant Group, and he's going to show us some tips for how to cook out the perfect meal. And Justin, I saw bread pudding slice out there that could feed the entire crew right here, and that's just one serving, so you need to talk about the desserts they have too. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:45, and you know it. It's the 4th of July. People are already breaking out their grills, getting it going.
Oh, and it looks so good. Our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, has been out all morning. He is live outside with Blue Ridge Restaurant Group with tips and tricks for your holiday cookout. Justin.
Yeah, I mean, it smells amazing. Hopefully you guys can smell it in the studio, and we'll bring some food back, I promise, maybe. We got Brian here who's grilling stuff up, Blue Ridge Restaurant Group. Brian, you're talking about the perfect cut of meat, and what do you want to do when you're seasoning to get out there on the grill for your meat?
Well, what you want to do, you don't want to over-season the meat, but you do want to, it's what you like to do the most, or what you want to take, how deeply seasoned you want the meat. But if you over-season it, then, you really get a salty flavor, when you're trying to really get the flavor of the beef.
Talk about pre-seasoning. I know a lot of people like to get their stuff done. They put it in the fridge and let it marinate a little bit. I mean, how much should you do? Same thing with not over-seasoning.
Marinating is good, but you don't want to over-salt or over-season the meat while you're putting it in the fridge. What it does, it will dry out. It'll pull out the moisture of the beef or anything that you're marinating. So you just want to be careful on that.
What's special for our salmon lovers out there that you guys got?
Okay, what we do here is we do a soy and orange marinade with a little bit of lemongrass. We lightly smoke it before we grill it. So it does have a really nice marinade on it.
Talk about the Maryland Restaurant Association real quick.
Maryland Restaurant Association, we partner with them for certifications and for training purposes. And, that way we're just, as a group, we're able to kind of expand our reach, to more people in Maryland.
Very cool. All right, we're going to have more for you coming up in a little bit. Apparently, I have to go back and do weather inside, even though I'd rather be outside grilling. But it is a nice morning. It's already a little bit muggy, guys. We'll take a look at that forecast when I go back in a minute.
Big chunk of bread pudding out there. Did you
And
see
it looked, yes.
It's just waiting for us.
Yes. I'm
right,
excited
thank you,
for it. Well, new this morning, the cost of your cookout for 10 people is down this year to $67.73.
In fact, I had a chance to speak with the American Farm Bureau about what's causing the price drop. Well, you'll probably be cooking up a feast today without burning through your wallet, though. Dr. Roger Cryan is the chief economist with the American Farm Bureau Federation, joining us this morning. Happy 4th of July, Doctor.
Thanks. Happy 4th, Tom.
You see it there a little bit, and you think the consumers, when they go out to the grocery store, they're not really thinking of why this is up. They're just going, okay, it's up again, and they just throw out their arms with inflation. So when you're a farmer, though, where are these costs coming from?
Well, some of the things that are up include beef, and that's up because farmers are facing drought. They faced drought earlier this year and last year in the West and the Midwest. It is really cut into pasture, and it's made it more expensive. It's cut down the number of cattle out there, so that's made beef more expensive. Potato prices are up because weather has cut into the potato crop in 2023. So there's always something that farmers are dealing with. They face risks every year, and that's one of the reasons why it's so important that Congress takes care of them in the Farm Bill. And this is a Farm Bill year, so we're looking forward to Congress helping put that together.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because you don't think about it, really. Anybody that's not in farming or understands the community, when they think potato prices are up, what does that mean? Well, that means all those sides, potato salad, all the potato chips, everything is up there, and there's a lot of other byproducts that go with that. What can we do, though, about the Farm Bill? What are we looking for to help farmers out?
Well, we're looking for the continuation of protection of the crop insurance programs, which are really important to help farmers get through the risk. Farming is a very risky business. We take for granted our regular paychecks. Farmers, things go up and down every year in ways that are really pretty difficult. And crop insurance and some of the other crop commodity programs help farmers get through the bad years so that they can keep supplying us all the good stuff that we have every Thanksgiving. And one of the big things that we look forward to is funding for research at the universities and elsewhere so that we can keep getting better at this stuff, so we can keep feeding a growing population here and around the world.
All the different factors that are in there, just trying to be a farmer and trying to budget what's for next year when you're relying on the weather and all those outside forces. So it's really one of those things where actually reaching for something at the grocery store, instead of thinking, oh my goodness, this is a more expensive thing. All right, well, this is keeping a local farmer in business.
Yep, that's what we're trying to do.
Dr. Roger Cryan, thank you so much with the American Farm Bureau Federation. We appreciate it. And again, happy Independence Day.
Thank you very much. Happy Independence Day.
Well, one thing that is expensive, if you're watching the fireworks this 4th of July, you might notice one color is missing from the sky.
This is so interesting. So blue fireworks are rare, and it has to do with how they're made. Different metal salts in fireworks decide what color the firework will be after they explode. But copper chloride, the chemical that would make fireworks blue, starts to break down before it can reach temperatures that would allow it to turn blue. They would also blend into the early evening sky. So don't let it make you blue. Fireworks come in a rainbow of other colors to enjoy.
Yeah, it was pointed out by a friend of ours. We kind of call him, he's like the Cliff Clavin of our group. Bill Patterson pointed that out the other night in front of all the kids. Yeah, you know Bill, Justin.
Yeah.
He was like, you know why you don't see blue fireworks? And then it started the barrage of just, you know why
Yeah,
this
Bill.
is, yeah.
But
Bill-
he was right.
He was
Bill
right.
thinks he knows everything, doesn't he? Yeah.
He does know
He
a lot, though.
does.
He knows about
Does
the
he
blue
know about
fireworks.
grilling? Do I smell like grill in here now? Because I go outside, they're teasing me. They have a little carrot on the end of the string, like, come out and do the hits. Well, you got to go do weather. Go back inside. So anyway, all right. Good morning to all of you. Our Towson camera. Yeah, man, I'd wish the 695 looked like this every morning, but you know that's not the case. It's the holiday. So for those who are out there, it is already warm and muggy. I can attest to that as we are outside here grilling it up. And your Independence Day, upper 70s is where we are right now. We're already going to be in the lower 90s through noontime and keeping those lower 90s around through the later part of the day. Now, we do have the chance of an isolated pop-up thunderstorm. So pilots, if you're flying today, it will be visual flight rules and breezy conditions, but watch for some of those vicinity showers. That's what VCSH means as you head up into the sky today. Mid to upper 80s and even lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for Reisterstown over to Towson, Lutherville, and Timonium, 86 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, lower 90s in Dundalk, 92 in Baltimore. Lots of great parades and festivities going on throughout the day today and this evening. And upper 80s and lower 90s for Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well for your highs this afternoon. So very July-like weather here, keeping those low 90s for D.C. and Baltimore up into Philly, 84 in New York City today, 87 in Ocean City. Hopefully the O's can beat the Yanks today in the Bronx at 105. They lost last night, but hopefully they can get back on the winning track and still maintain their spot in second place in the AL East. Our fireworks cast looking pretty good for tonight, even if we do see a couple of pop-up thunderstorms. That's going to be more during the middle part of the afternoon. So by about 8, 9 o'clock, we are looking at muggy conditions and temperatures that are warm, but most of the action is going to be out of here. So here's a look at that future scan, that cold front moving through the area. Again, as we head later into the afternoon and evening, possible pop-up storm, but it's looking a little less likely here today as we got some drier air that's moved in behind that front. On Wednesday afternoon, same thing, is set up for an isolated pop-up thunderstorm on Wednesday and also into Thursday. Again, very summer-like weather patterns setting up. Next actual chance for rain doesn't come until we get into Friday evening and early Saturday. That's going to be our next weather maker rolling in. Today is the 4th of July, but Labor Day now 62 days out on our holiday countdown. We got the autumnal equinox right there. 119 days till Halloween. Look, I was driving in this morning. It was foggy. I was like, it feels spooky like Halloween. We're only 119 days away. Halloween on a Tuesday this year as well. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Lower 90s through the rest of the week. Back to the upper 80s as we head into the weekend. Again, a chance for some showers and storms for both Friday and Saturday as we approach the weekend. All right, time to take a look at a view through your window. This is from last week, but Thomas sent this picture in over near the Bush River there in Perryman, and you can see just all of that smoke and making that horizon hard to see. So great yesterday to see the blue skies out there and also that visibility that's been better and our better air quality. So thank you, Thomas, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen.
An Orioles catcher adding another all-star event to his schedule. In our next hour, Adley Rutschman joins the Home Run Derby.
Looking ahead to our 9 o'clock hour, we are joined by the USNA, or the United States Naval Academy Band, for a patriotic performance that you do not want to miss.
Ooh,
yeah.
That's exciting. And you know what? It might be good to have a little bit of coffee while you're enjoying the performance.
Perfect time for a coffee break. That's right.
Topping your morning business report, Twitter users will have to be verified to access the new version of TweetDeck soon. TweetDeck is a dashboard application that helps users manage multiple Twitter accounts at once. It's free, but now the company says users will have to be verified in order to use it. Individual verified accounts have to pay $8 per month, while organizations pay more at $1,000. The company says the new rule will begin in 30 days. And tweet this. Facebook's parent company, Meta, is set to launch its Twitter competitor this week. According to the Apple App Store, the new social media app called Threads will be available to download July 6th. Threads will be a place where communities come together to discuss everything from the topics you care about today to what will be trending tomorrow. Users can follow and connect with creators and build their own following as well by sharing texts, photos, and videos. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun. But I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the two alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery. Black to black. I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the two included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 31% off right now at asadeals.com.
We're taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
Empty. Empty. Empty, very empty.
A grandmother speaking out after her granddaughter falls victim to Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. Why she says the incident could have been avoided.
And the violence isn't striking just here at home. An overnight shooting spree spans several blocks in southwest Philadelphia. Just ahead, what we're learning about the gunman and the victims, including one who's just 2 years old.
And it is Independence Day, and thousands across the country will be celebrating. Still ahead, the local festivities you can be a part of right here in Baltimore.
A lot of those festivities already taking place as we speak here, but we are talking about humidity picking up as we head toward the afternoon. Summer is here. We'll break down that forecast on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Alrighty, we're taking a live look over Washington, D.C. this morning. Happy Independence Day. Looking gorgeous there in the nation's capital.
Absolutely beautiful. The sun is shining.
Couldn't have a better fourth, right? Couldn't have a better fourth. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon Lilly.
And you know what day it is. Let's get right on over to meteorologist Dustin Chambers.
It's looking nice out.
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah, humid.
Humid.
Oh, you know. You've been out there grilling all morning.
The hair.
Not a good hair day?
Not a good hair day.
Okay.
No. Now, because this is what happens in July, ladies, and you know that here. Our Towson cam right now, as we are seeing what's going on here, you can see kind of that haze, and that's the humidity. But basically, especially with all that rain that we saw yesterday, this is why it feels a little bit more muggy out there. Hopefully your yards and gardens got some good rain from yesterday. Some of us, pretty good amount of rain with flash flood warnings, even had tornado warnings in Caroline County yesterday afternoon and parts of Talbot County as well. So upper 80s, lower 90s as we head toward the afternoon. It's going to warm up and is going to feel muggy out there too. So 92 today, mid 70s tonight. We'll be in the lower 90s again tomorrow. We do still have a chance of an isolated thunderstorm later today. We'll talk more about that coming up.
We won't stop
until we find those responsible and hold them accountable. We won't. With that said, we need the help of our residents and anyone that knows anything to come forward and say something.
Turning now to a city in crisis, we continue to cover all angles of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. It left 2 people dead, 28 others injured. 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi were the 2 victims killed in that shooting. Now, according to Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, ballistic evidence indicates that there were multiple firearms used in the incident.
Now, police are trying to identify the individuals they want to speak with, including the person here seen on a social media video taking out a gun out of his backpack. Police say anyone with a weapon at this block party is considered a suspect until proven otherwise. As of now, no motive has been made clear, and it's not clear if the victims were targeted. The grandmother of one of the victims, now speaking to Fox 45, absolutely distraught by what happened.
If they had police presence, even 2 cars, even 2 police cars, if they were there, I'm almost certain this wouldn't happen. Whoever in charge of the police force dropped the ball and they're making excuses, and I'm not buying it. It's like a bad dream. We're not doing good, because you'll never be the same. A piece of us gone. A very precious part of us is missing.
As the investigation continues, there's still many questions surrounding the incident, like why police were not made aware of this party, even though there were Safe Streets employees there hours prior to the shooting.
And another question, why has Governor Westmore not visited the Brooklyn Homes community to speak out on the tragedy in person? Now, the governor is set to be in Baltimore today to celebrate the 4th of July, but is not scheduled to visit the community impacted by such a brazen act of violence.
Olivia Dance is with us live this morning with the concerns surrounding the message from Governor Moore and other leaders, how they handle the violence here in Baltimore. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor and Shannon, other than sending a statement, Governor Moore, Maryland's top official, is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, right over here at Baltimore Police Headquarters, they're busy desperately trying to find the suspects responsible for Sunday's mass shooting. The shooting left 28 people injured and took the lives of 2, 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi. Fox 45 News spoke with a woman who says she is Fagbemi's family friend, too emotional to be shown on camera.
My mom woke me up 4-something in the morning when I was asleep, saying that he was gone. I was like, what you mean he's gone? I was just with them. I was crying. I was devastated.
Well, loved ones in the community are mourning in the wake of Maryland's largest city suffering its largest mass shooting in recent history. Governor Moore is nowhere to be found. The governor did send a statement in the hours following the shooting, but hasn't been to the scene in person. Meanwhile, 2 weeks prior, after a mass shooting in Annapolis, Governor Moore attended a press conference in person the next day. The governor will be in Baltimore today for a 4th of July celebration in Cherry Hill. But as far as we're aware, he has no plans to stop in Brooklyn. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says Moore's absence speaks volumes.
When the governor hears that the worst violence in Baltimore, perhaps in its history, has occurred, and he chooses not to go to visit the site of the violence, it's a communication that it's not so important.
Now, Vatz says it's not too late for Moore to come in person, but that he really should have been here by now. And, of course, anyone with information about the mass shooting is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
But we want you to join the conversation. Should Governor Westmore call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, 93% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Breaking news, police confirming a second mass shooting overnight, this one in a Fort Worth neighborhood after an early July 4th celebration. It comes after we've been following a mass shooting in Philadelphia overnight as well. 3 people have been killed in this Fort Worth, Texas shooting, 8 more hurt. At this time, no arrests, but we'll get updates as soon as they come in. Meanwhile, we are now taking a live look over Philadelphia as we're now learning a 5th victim has been found dead in a mass shooting here overnight after a gunman went on this rampage through the southwestern part of the city. In total, 7 people were shot. So let's get you to the video of the scene now. Police say the shooter wore a bulletproof vest, He appears to have targeted just random victims over the course of several city blocks, and he was heavily armed.
This male was wearing a bulletproof vest with multiple magazines in the vest. He also had a scanner and an AR-style rifle and a handgun underneath his body.
That suspect surrendering after police cornered him in an alley. We expect to learn more about who the shooter is today. Police only saying right now that he's a 40-year-old man, and right now there's no motive yet in the killings. As for the victims, police initially announcing 4 were killed, ranging in age from 20 to 59. Early this morning, though, police found a 5th victim killed in the same King Sessing neighborhood. In addition, 2 children are hospitalized after being shot. They are just 2 and 13 years old. Both, though, are in stable condition. Again, we expect to learn more about the shooter today. Police say a second person who investigators believe picked up a gun and returned fire was also taken into custody following the incident. And of course, with the 4th of July, there are festivities planned across the country. And so many cities are taking extra precautions to keep people safe. But we are working to get you more information out of Philadelphia and Fort Worth this morning. For now, though, that's the latest from the Live Center.
Effective at the beginning of July, Maryland's gas tax already kicking in, and you may not have noticed it. Well, there may be a new tax that an expert's going to weigh in on after the break and tell you why you may notice this one. And he's not just an all-star, but Adley Crushman is going to head with some of the best hitters in baseball. The latest on his decision to take on the Home Run Derby. All right, now to your Len Solar Traffic Network. Everything is looking clear this 4th of July. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All right, chances are if you filled up at the tank already this month, you may not have noticed Maryland's gas tax already kicked in, increasing from 43 cents to 47 cents a gallon. But there's a new tax potentially called the mileage tax. You could notice that one depending on how far you drive. David Williams, a Taxpayer Protection Alliance, joining us this morning to discuss the pros and cons of a mileage tax. David, explain this to us.
Good morning. And transportation projects are expensive, and the gas tax right now, that's what funds them. But here's the problem is that Governor Westmore is talking about electric vehicles. And what he wants to do is move the whole state to electric vehicles by 2035. Well, there goes the gas tax, because electric vehicles obviously don't take gas, but there needs to be money to fund these projects. So what states are considering, and the governor hasn't come out and supported this yet, but I think at some point he may be starting to talk about this, is a mileage tax. So you are charged per mile that you drive. So that way electric vehicles and all vehicles are paying into the system, which could be a more equitable way to do this. Now, there are some concerns about this, and some of the environmentalists are saying that, well, these big gas guzzlers, they're going to use more gas because they're not paying the gas tax anymore. So, but this is a reality, though, in this country. If we're moving to electric vehicles, look at the red line. It's going to be the $3 billion project. The money has to come from somewhere, and it's usually the gas tax.
Okay, well, if this tax gets in place, it could change depending on how much you drive. So you said Governor Moore has not come out and considered it, but this is a pilot program under the infrastructure plan that was passed last year. So is there any indication that he's leaning that way? Because we do have really big projects on the books.
Yeah, and I think at the national level, you mentioned the infrastructure bill, and they're looking at this. So to replace the 18 cents at the federal level, they may do this on the national level. Now, here's the concern, is a lot of privacy concerns, because how do you measure how far someone is going? You need GPS units in every vehicle, every car and truck, and that could be a huge infringement upon privacy, and saying, okay, well, we know exactly where you went during the last year, and you have to report this to the government, whether it's the state government or the federal government. So I think people need to think about that, and like, wow, they're going to know my movements, because there's ways of doing this where it's just miles, but you give the government a little bit, they're going to take a lot, because they're going to want to know where you're going and how fast you're going. So again, but this is the reality of what we're talking about, though, is that with electric vehicles, this may have to be instituted if the state and the country is going to keep up with transportation projects and funding these transportation projects.
And you have to wonder how that impacts the folks who have more money versus don't, because this is a moving generation that doesn't quite all have the resources to go all electric. The tax that just went into place was 3 cents, but a USA Today study looked at about 8 cents per mile. So that really could pend out differently depending on how much you drive.
Yeah, and of course, inflation. We're still not out of the woods with inflation. I mean, there's been some progress with it, but the frustrating part about Maryland is the more inflation goes up, the more the gas tax goes up, which doesn't seem to be quite fair, is that everything gets more expensive, and of course the gas tax in Maryland gets more expensive. It's kind of a double whammy on Maryland drivers at that point.
All right. Well, thank you so much, David Williams, the Taxpayer Protection Alliance. We have a double whammy, I think, for weather today, too. So we'll get over to that. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you.
But we are taking you live now to the Inner Harbor, Ocean City, and Towson as we track your holiday forecast. And as you can see by our Weather Authority radar there, things are looking pretty clear, really beautiful as far as rain and storms go for the day. But what about when it comes to the heat? And I know, Taylor, when I first walked outside, the first thing you notice is just how muggy it feels out there.
Man, I love the heat.
You love it?
Yeah.
You love it?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I like the heat. I don't know about the mugginess, though.
I haven't been outside, so we'll have to. Meteorologist Justin Chambers said it's a bad day for hair. It's going to be humid.
Yeah.
What's the update?
And that's the whole thing, guys. I mean, now we're into July, and this is the first full week of July, so this is what we're dealing with, the heat, the humidity, the mugginess that's out there. And, yeah, it'd be great to have some more July baseball, but we have to wait until July 14th, 10 days until your O's are back here at Camden Yards. Of course, the All-Star break happens after we get through the next 9 games, or next 8 games, 6 games, I think, actually, because now we have 3 games left against the Yankees, and we have the Twins in Minnesota. They were just here over the weekend. And then the All-Star break, which you can watch the All-Star game right here on Fox 45 next Tuesday. Adley in the Home Run Derby. Very excited about that. More More on that coming up in a little bit. Lower 80s here for your temperatures right now. That's the official number of BWI Thurgood Marshall. Little bit of a west wind, about 8 to 10 miles an hour, but notice that dew point temperature in the lower 70s. So with dew points hanging in the 70s, temperatures in the 90s, look at the heat index, and the feels like numbers are mainly going to be in the mid 90s today and for most of the rest of this week. We get a little bit of relief as we head towards Saturday, but the dew point temperatures are up there. In fact, Jasmine and I were just talking backstage about how we can bring back our dew point graphics because that humidity is back with us. So good day to hang by the pool here. Next hour in the mid 80s. Just remember that high sun angle. Got to make sure not only stay hydrated, but get the sunblock on and reapply it with the UV index in the high category. And we may get a stray pop-up shower or thunderstorm in the middle part of the afternoon, so don't be surprised if you see that. Mid to upper 80s and lower 90s across central Maryland for Columbia and Laurel, down through Annapolis, Eastern Shore, those mid to upper 80s, Chestertown over through Stevensville, across the Bay Bridge. Down the ocean, we showed you that beautiful shot of Ocean City. 87 for the high there today at the beach and 86 in Philly. Mid 80s in New York today. The Bronx is where the O's play this afternoon against those pinstriped folks. All right, so if you are going to be grilling out, which we're going to be doing here more of just a little bit later this hour, our friends outside have been cooking up some great stuff, and hopefully you will be doing the same thing with your friends and family today. Again, watch for some of those pop-up thunderstorms late into the afternoon, but temps stay in the 90s. And then fireworks cast is actually looking pretty good for tonight. If we do get any of those storms, they look to move out of here well before those fireworks begin, so it will only be the ones that they are lighting off, not the ones from Mother Nature that we all heard most of last night. All right, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, car wash cast. 3 yellow lights, only because we could encounter a couple of those pop-up storms. Now, it doesn't look very likely today. The cold front is to the east of us, and we'll see more of a westerly wind pickup. A zonal flow is what we're talking about. This is 9 o'clock tonight on your future scan. Doesn't show a lot in terms of precipitation. And the same thing is going to be taking place for tomorrow afternoon. Maybe a stray pop-up storm here or there into Thursday. The very same weather pattern is going to be setting up. We're kind of stuck in this here for the next few days. And by the time we get to Friday and Saturday, there will be another front that's going to make its way toward us. That gives us a better chance of some more showers and thunderstorms as we approach the weekend. The lower 90s, and then we'll give way to the upper 80s for the weekend. So a little cooler, again, with a better chance of storms later into the weekend and this week.
All right, Justin, thanks. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard this morning, and you can see there everything is smooth sailing in your 9 o'clock hour. It is the perfect time right now to get out and about on your 4th of July holiday.
And as many people begin their travels home today and tomorrow, let's take a look at where those gas prices stand right now. So our national average is sitting at $3.54 a gallon. In Maryland, we're at $3.50 a gallon, which is below the national average, but above where we were a week ago, likely because of that state gas tax increase. But when it comes to Sheetz gas stations, okay, we've got to go there after the show here. $1.76 or $1.776, everything except for diesel and ethanol-free fuel. This is to celebrate the Declaration of Independence that was signed, as Sheetz will also donate 10 cents per gallon of that discounted gas to Special Olympics Maryland.
Hey, that's a good deal. And if you are planning on taking advantage of those prices by driving here in Baltimore, let's take a look at the Independence Day festivities that you can attend all day long. At 10:30 this morning, the city's 4th of July parade will start on William Street near Austin Street in South Baltimore. Then at 3, the city is throwing a 4th of July party at West Shore Park along the Inner Harbor. It'll have food, music, and games, followed by fireworks and a performance from the BSO. And although celebrations will ensue, the violence continues to plague a city in crisis. How law enforcement is planning on keeping you safe while you take on Independence Day.
Plus, French police on high alert this morning following a violent protest over the police shooting of a teenager. Just ahead from the Live Center, a closer look at the tensions brewing in the country. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, Orioles catcher and all-star Adley Rutschman is adding another all-star event to his schedule next week, the Home Run Derby. Rutschman was added to the field to compete for the most homers out in Seattle next Monday. His father, Randy, is going to throw the pitches. Rutschman already has 11 home runs this season. That's tied for second on the Orioles. Anthony Santander led the Birds with 14. Two-way player from the Angels, Shohei Ohtani, leads all of baseball with 31.
You know, it's something that I've dreamed of since I was a kid. So I guess just to be able to have it at any time is a blessing now or any time. So I'm fortunate to be in the position I'm in. Being an All-Star is an unbelievable honor. The fact that it's in the Northwest at Safeco Field, first big league stadium I've ever went to, means a lot as well. So definitely a blessing to be in this position right now.
Well, the Home Run Derby is next Monday night, and Adley Rutschman looks to be the third O's player to win it. Cal Ripken Jr. won it in 1991, followed by Miguel Tejada in 2004. Trey Mancini was the last Bird to compete in the Derby 2 years ago. He finished second. You can watch Adley and his teammates Austin Hayes, Yanier Cano, and Felix Bautista in the Midsummer Classic next Tuesday night, July 11th, only on FOX45 coverage. Starts at 7 p.m.
Still to come on Good Day Baltimore, possible thunderstorms as we head out for this 4th of July. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know if it'll impact your holiday plans.
Residents have safety concerns about tonight's fireworks show after Sunday's mass shooting. Coming up next, Baltimore's police commissioner addresses those concerns. You're watching Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Yeah, just incredible. We have the band outside, too. The U.S. Naval Academy band will be going outside in that just a little bit. We're going to hear from them live as we were recording that just the other day from the Fife and Drum.
Yeah, sounds like freedom to me.
Yes.
Sounds like independence. All right, this Tuesday, Independence Day. Let's see if it's sounding good for our weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Meteorologist or chef? Because you've been wearing two different hats.
I mean, Justin wears a lot of hats, man.
Throw your hands up at me.
He's a DJ. He's got the ones and twos
Throw your
on the weather radar and stations.
I don't know if that's what our forefathers had in mind, but yeah.
Probably not. Look, I haven't eaten anything yet, Tom, out there, but I can't wait because that food looks really good, and the grilling continues here this morning. I hope you're enjoying your 4th so far. It is already muggy and warm from our Towson camera. Yeah, I'd love to see 695 like that every weekday morning, but we know that's not the case. Lower 80s already in Baltimore and Rosedale over to Dundalk. We're at 76 Joppatown, 78 for you in Bel Air, mid-70s in Owens Mills, and almost 80 in Woodlawn this hour. So on your out and about cast, those numbers staying in the 80s for the next couple of hours into the lower 90s through midday, and as we head toward the afternoon, we should top out right about 92, and it's going to feel warmer than that with the heat and humidity. We do have a chance for an isolated thunderstorm today, less of a chance of storms into Wednesday and Thursday, but again, still lower 90s, feeling like the mid 90s, definitely in that July heat. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
What we have here is a failure in city leadership, and the buck stops with Mayor Scott.
Turning now to a city in crisis, continue our coverage of Sunday's mass shooting in South Baltimore. Police currently searching for suspects. 2 people were killed, 28 others injured.
And with 15 of the victims being juveniles, many Baltimore residents are now looking to the 4th of July festivities happening today and concerned whether police will be able to keep the peace as large crowds expected to gather.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the efforts from Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley and why some residents are still skeptical. Olivia?
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, the fireworks show will start at 9:30 tonight at the Inner Harbor, and thousands are expected to attend. But Sunday's mass shooting has now shaken many people's sense of security.
I don't want to put them in a situation where we have to be running for our lives. I think the violence from that definitely going to have people skeptical with coming out, especially with it being underage kids.
Whether it was this side of town, north, south, east, west, it doesn't matter to me. 4th of July has got to be one of the most annoying holidays.
Some parents admitting they began questioning the city's 4th of July celebration after hearing about the horrific mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes community this weekend, where 2 lost their lives and 28 others were injured. They saw photos and videos of young people pulling guns out of backpacks, photos that looked familiar to the ones surfaced at the Inner Harbor, where 2 teens were shot Easter Sunday, just steps away from officers on patrol. But Baltimore Police Commissioner Worley is promising tight controls for the celebration tonight.
You will see multiple officers deployed through several zones around the harbor, as well as officers in the districts working to patrol and keep all those communities safe and anything that may pop up on the 4th of July.
Now, despite the police patrols, there's still concerns, and Fox 45 News spoke with some who decided they aren't going to the celebration at all. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. In that mass shooting that happened Sunday morning, Acting Police Commissioner Worley says ballistic evidence indicates there were multiple firearms used in the incident. A video circulating on social media appears to show a young boy pulling a gun out of a backpack at the Brooklyn Day block party. See it here. Worley says that young boy is now a suspect, and anyone else who had a weapon at the scene will be a suspect. But now some eyes are turning to Annapolis and what laws may have helped to prevent this act of brazen violence. Earlier this year, during the legislative session in Annapolis, Democratic lawmakers spent time passing Senate Bill 1, which placed limits on legal gun ownership in Maryland.
I would hope that the public would look at that and see and know legal gun owners are not the problem. This is a problem with illegal gun ownership. That young boy who pulled that handgun out of a bag is illegal on so many fronts.
Now, during that same legislative session, Republicans introducing Violent Firearms Offender Act, but that legislation never made it out of committee. Maryland Senate President Bill Ferguson says he does not think more laws would have helped prevent the mass shooting.
What I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
In the meantime, Mayor Brandon Scott says lawmakers in Maryland have passed some of the strictest gun laws in the country, but instead is saying that Congress needs to act to prevent mass shootings across the country.
Talking about a country where it is easier for a 14-year-old kid to order pieces together to put a gun together and go out and use it in commitments of a crime than it is for me to get Claritin D from CVS. That's what we should be talking about every day in this country until those folks take action.
As we previously mentioned, there's a $28,000 reward now being offered for any information that leads to an arrest in this shooting. Earlier this morning, crisis leadership expert from the Folsom Group, Rob Weinhold, joined us here to weigh in on the response we've seen from Baltimore police to Sunday's mass shooting.
But there has to be some awareness as to who knew what, when, and to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future. And what people want to see out of their leaders is they want to see consistency.
Now, you can watch the rest of this interview on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com.
We want you to join in on this conversation. Should Governor Wes Moore call an immediate special session to combat the violent crime? As you see on the bottom there, so far, 93% of voters have responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
French police are still on high alert this morning as violent protests have erupted following the police shooting of a teenager.
Yeah, Shannon Lilly is in our live center. She has the latest. Shannon.
Well, we are starting with a live look over the Eiffel Tower, guys, in Paris this morning. We are learning tensions are beginning to ease in France as a whole as the country enters a second week of violent protests. Now, remember, these protests are all stemming from the police-involved killing of a teenager. You're looking at images of just some of the chaos that followed. In total, police have arrested more than 3,300 people. They've seen hundreds of attacks on law enforcement premises and officials. In fact, more than 720 law enforcement officials have been injured just so far. And of course, there was that attack on the mayor of a Paris suburb early Sunday morning. Right here, you can see the hundreds turning out in a march of solidarity. This was yesterday, and it was all for that mayor. His wife and one of his children were hurt in that attack. He said rioters rammed his home with a car and set it on fire, even calling it an assassination attempt. Now, meanwhile, a fundraiser for the officer who shot and killed that 17-year-old has topped more than $1 million. That officer right now is charged with murder and is being held in jail without bail. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. It's the 4th of July, and that means it's time to grill and chill. After the break, Shannon's actually going to be heading out there so that you can get some tips on how to add and help out your grilling game for your backyard barbecue you may have scheduled later on.
And the real story here, that humidity that's plaguing Baltimore in the region this week. And we're not done yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know when we can expect our next weather maker to move on in. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, hundreds are gathering right here at the Sheets. Look at this. This is right on Pulaski Highway, 601 Pulaski Highway in Joppa, as it's $1.77 a gallon for this 4th of July.
It goes down the corner, Tom.
Taking a live look. Our photojournalists. Yeah, no, our photojournalists been interviewing people. I can't wait to hear their responses to this. Happy 4th. 9:40, it's the 4th of July, and you are ready. If you're ready for the classic backyard barbecue, we may want to add a few more items to your shopping list for your grilling game.
That's right. Let's head out to Shannon Lilly, who is live with the Blue Ridge Restaurant Group. They've got some grilling tips for you and some ribs on the grill as we speak on tap.
Oh my goodness, yes, and it smells so good. You know, all morning long, Justin has had the fun gig, and now it's my turn, guys. And so we're going to turn over here to Brian. And Brian, you're wrapping up here, right?
We are wrapping up here. Yeah, we got some nice fillets on the fire here. We got some CAB ribeyes and some Atlantic salmon, and also our barbecue pork ribs.
Okay, so is there anything that we need to know about when you're wrapping up? Anything that you suggest, you know, just final touches that you add to it?
I think the final touch is really just, it's hot food hot, cold food cold, right? If you want to serve, if you're serving something hot, just make sure it is hot, make sure it's cooked all the way through and to the proper temperature that you're trying to achieve before you serve it to your guest.
And how do you know that it's ready? It's ready to pull off the grill.
You can just take it with a thermometer. You can do the finger test, you know, to see the firmness of the meat, or you can stick a thermometer inside and hopefully, you know, if it's especially you want something well done, cooking up to 150 to 160 degrees.
Okay, so are these guys ready?
Yeah, these guys
all
are ready.
right, let's pull it off the grill. We also, not only are we doing that, we want to pull over here because we've got some drinks. I'm being told to wrap, but we've got to get this in here. So what do we have over here?
A little rhubarb spritz. We're just going to top it with Prosecco and then garnish with a little ribbon of rhubarb.
Oh my goodness. Beautiful.
Get in there.
Beautiful. All right, guys, I think it's time to eat. I think it's time to feast.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, today we're expecting a hot and humid 4th of July. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he is tracking if that will impact your firework forecast later on tonight.
Plus, what a better way to celebrate your 4th than listen to some patriotic performances from the U.S. Naval Academy. Where you can catch them tonight, that's coming up after the break. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:45.
9:45.
A lot going on today. A lot of outdoor activities. Fireworks, just one of the things. Parades going on. Oh, yeah. Cooking,
I'm excited.
Grilling. Yeah, we need to find out exactly.
Who's going to be the first pirate?
My puffy shirt.
He went all morning and he didn't say anything.
All morning you
said
said nothing, and now you're going to talk about my puffy shirt.
But no, she loves Seinfeld just like we do. And so right when we walked in, I was like, and she's like, but I don't want to be a pirate. And no, I love it. It's very fun. It's festive. It's great. And you know what? That's what today is all about. We're celebrating America's independence. It's a great day to hang with family and friends and celebrate our nation, as we've been doing all morning long. We'll continue to. I hope you're having a good morning so far. It is muggy already out there. I know Shannon was just outside, and yeah, you can feel that heat and humidity already starting to build. 81 your number in Towson. We get a break from the widespread storms we've had the last 2 days, but we still have the potential of an isolated thunderstorm later this afternoon. The dew point right there at 72 degrees, and that means those dew points in the 70s means that the muggy meter gets to that gross category again, and definitely staying muggy for sure as we get you into the afternoon. There's Hank the Burn. Yeah, he's excited about all the things that are taking place today, with 80s this morning, but 90s by noon and into the lower 90s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So again, don't be surprised if you hear a rumble of thunder or two. You'll see those big towering cumulus clouds this afternoon, at least in some spots. Mid to upper 80s and lower 90s. This is what happens when we heat up the ground. You get some of that moisture that's in there, little leftover instability, and still those showers and storms possible. Oh man, 85 in Bel Air, but thinking about Bagel Works. Man, I can't wait to go back there. 86 in Northeast and Elkton, 86 as well in Chesapeake City for you in Cecil County. Eastern Shore, hey, tell me where there's a good bagel place. I'll come see it. I love bagels. So does my wife. 85 in Rock Hall today, 87 in Centerville, 88 in Denton. Eastern Shore, you got hit with some pretty strong storms. We actually had some tornado warnings out there yesterday afternoon and into last night. Now, if you want to be firing up the grill like we were just talking about, good day to do that. Just know you may encounter a couple of isolated thunderstorms. Fireworks cast. That's what everybody wants to know. I should have just led with that, but I made you wait. Lower 80s here through 8 o'clock and about 80 through 9 p.m. It does look like any of the actual storm activity, if we get any of that, should be all done by the time we get those fireworks ready to go for the 4th of July. So 7-day forecast, 90s through Friday, overnight lows in the 70s, back to the mid to upper 80s for the weekend. Again, our next chance for actual storms comes in by Friday and Saturday.
Well, glamping, tubing, amusement parks, just a few of the top trends people are searching for online to celebrate the 4th of July.
That's right. Google released its most searched topics this year for the week leading up to Independence Day.
Now, if you're looking for some red, white, and blue food ideas to take to your cookout, here's a list.
All right. So salads with several different kind of options. Okay, so cheesecake. I'm just going to say it. Cheesecake salad. All right. Watermelon and pasta salad. And of course, if everyone's looking for that creative dessert idea, I would say that cheesecake is the option.
The cheesecake salad, yeah, definitely. Fruit and cream, come on. You can't go wrong. Wild Hub compiled some numbers and figured out America's plan to spend $9.5 billion in food alone for this 4th of July. Some of that will be going to 150 million hot dogs people will be consuming today. Chestnut eating probably, what, 75 in just about an hour?
Another $3 billion is going to go towards beer and wine. $6.5 billion going towards purchasing American flags. Americans are also going to drop another $2.7 billion on fireworks.
And one firework color is a little bit more expensive. If you're planning to watch fireworks for the 4th of July, you may notice one color is really missing from the sky.
Okay, and you know why? It's blue fireworks. They're rare, and it has to do with how fireworks are actually made.
Yeah, they use different metal salts in the fireworks to decide what color the firework will be after it explodes. Copper chloride, though, the chemical that would make fireworks blue, starts to break down way before it can reach the temperatures that would allow it to turn blue. So they blow up and they really fizzle to white, what you see.
Womp womp. They also would blend into the evening sky, so don't let it make you blue. Those blue fireworks come in a rainbow of other colors. Whatever you do, enjoy your fireworks today safely. This morning, babies at NICU across North Texas, well, they're celebrating their first Independence Day. Look at these adorable ones here. Photos from the Health Spring of Texas sharing these tiny tots dressed in white and blue. They're all holding American flags and wrapped in little star-studded beanies, surrounded by those sparklers that are not lit as they celebrate this first Independence Day.
And if you're needing some last-minute things to make your 4th of July celebration complete today, here's a look at some of the businesses that are open. Walmart, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's will be open for your grocery stores, but other retailers like Best Buy, Dollar General, and Macy's also open as well. If you're looking to head to the bank or ship something, you may have to wait until tomorrow because most banks, UPS, and the post office are closed because of the federal holiday. Some FedEx offices will be open with modified hours.
Now, if you're headed to the store, here's what you'll pay on average when it comes to stocking up on cheeseburger supplies. The Wells Fargo Agricultural Food Institute report says a pound of ground beef a little over $5.30, only up less than 1% from last year, while processed cheese is at $4.77 a pound. That's up at 10%. But bread, $1.95 a pound. That's up a little bit. But potato chips as well, $6.45. That jumped from 15% last year. We want to see how you're celebrating this 4th of July holiday. Scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's all powered by Stackla. All right, so we're going to get outside with Tom Rogers, who just slipped out of here like a thief in the night, and he's going to be joined by the USNA band for a patriotic performance. This you don't want to miss, okay? We're going to go right back out to Tom live as he gets settled out there.
All right, you're gonna have to cue me because I can't hear out here. A doctorate, I was told I was talking to you, so I was like, okay. So then I was like looking up some stuff, but I guess what? Hey, right now, actually outside, and guess what? We are going to hear from these musicians in just a little bit. You can hear them live tonight in Annapolis at the parade. I want to actually speak with their commander first to find out exactly the songs that we're going to hear about. And you are also the commander here with the music class of the Naval Academy. Can you tell me a little bit more about the Naval Academy Band?
Well, absolutely. The Naval Academy Band has served the Naval Academy for 171 years. And what's exciting about our particular organization is that we support by providing first-class musical support for the superintendent, the commandant, and the brigade of midshipmen. And this year, we're supporting everything that involves midshipman musical activities, playing side by side.
And you are first commander, right, of this, and you're Joel Borelli-Boudreau. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
It's very close. It's Borelli-Boudreau.
Boudreau, all right.
That's right.
Okay, so how long have you been performing, and especially in the Annapolis Parade?
Well, I would say our support of the Annapolis Parade has been going on for at least 40 years. We've been a mainstay for the community. Well, quite frankly, since we have 171 years, I would be surprised if you couldn't find microfiche going back with the band performing all the way back to the 1900s.
Oh, I remember that time. We're showing our age right here. Okay, well, right now you're about to actually give us some performances of something that we could hear. 2 songs back to back. Can you tell us what they are?
Yes, well, it's the Marine hymn, and it's Anchors Away.
All right, well, this Anchors Away. Thank you very much, and I'll take it, and you take it away from here. Thank you.